Okay, Bob, I think we are now live on Zoom and streaming to YouTube for recording purposes. So at your discretion, we can proceed.
Thank you, Andy. We're off the record right now. Everybody can hear me? Raise your hand if you can't. Okay. Before we go on the record, I should ask whether anyone has any questions about this proceeding that they would like to ask off the record. Not seeing any. No, not seeing anyone. Why don't we go on the record? On the record. Good morning, everybody. Today is Tuesday, March 16th, 2021, and this is the first day of evidentiary hearings. This is the first day of evidentiary hearings in the case of a petition filed with the Department of Public Utilities by NSTAR Electric Company doing business as Eversource Energy. I will refer to NSTAR as the company. The petition has been docketed as D.P.U 20-67. My name is Robert Shea. I am an attorney with the Siting Division of the Department of Public Utilities, and I am the hearing officer in this proceeding. Also with me today on the virtual bench are Andrew Green, the director of the Siting Division, Joan Foster Evans, the general counsel for the Siting Division, Dean Hazel, the assistant director of the Siting Division, John Young, the technical director of the Siting Division, Wayne Wang, a technical analyst at the Siting Division, and Joanna Yellen, who is also a technical analyst at the Siting Division. In this petition, the company seeks permission from the department to construct and operate a new, approximately 8-mile long, 115 kilovolt, predominantly overhead transmission line on an existing right-of-way between Carver substation in Carver, Massachusetts, and the Kingston substation in Kingston, Massachusetts. The project also includes minor upgrades to both of these substations. The department has jurisdiction to grant or deny this petition pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 164, Section 72. Today is the first day of evidentiary hearings in this docket, which we are conducting remotely via video conferencing. The company's counsel and witnesses are appearing remotely, as are the department staff. Accordingly, I apologize in advance for any technical difficulties that we may encounter in the course of these hearings. In order to provide the public with access to the evidentiary hearing, similar to attending the hearing in person at the department's offices, we have arranged for members of the public to view and listen via YouTube. I will now ask counsel for the company to identify themselves.
Good morning. My name is Catherine Cuthan. I'm an attorney at the law firm of Keegan Worlin. Together with Cheryl Blaine, who is also an attorney at Keegan Worlin, we represent NSTAR in this proceeding. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cuthan. I'd like to mention that I've been in contact with the interveners, Michelle Ruxton and John Devine. They represent that they do not want to participate in these evidentiary hearings via Zoom, although they expect to read copies of the transcripts, and they have submitted a few questions, which I believe Mr. Hazel will read. Is there anyone else participating other than the witnesses and the stenographer who has not been introduced? Not hearing anyone, before we proceed, I would like to note that consistent with our usual practice for department hearings, there is a stenographer who will provide the formal written record of this hearing. To ensure that everyone participating today will be able to understand all other speakers, I ask that everyone speak clearly and reasonably slowly. It is important that people speak one at a time and do not speak one over each other. Finally, I believe that counsel and all of my department colleagues have my personal cell phone number. If anyone has an urgent need to contact me and does not want to interrupt the speaker, please text me. If any member of the public is having a technical problem, please text Mr. Green, the host of this meeting, at 857-200-0065. That's 857-200-0065. I note that the company has provided a draft exhibit list dated as of yesterday, so it is inclusive, I believe, of all the documents that we have. I've scheduled a 15-minute break at 11:30, a 1-hour lunch break at 1 p.m., another 15-minute break at 3:30. During the breaks, we will post a slide containing information about the proceeding to Zoom. I would like to conclude today at 4:30 p.m. If anyone needs to take an additional break, please let me know. Please note, I will swear the witnesses, and then the company is free to conduct direct examination. Thereafter, the department staff will conduct cross-examination. The company may conduct redirect examination if it so desires. Once the examination of the witnesses has been concluded, which will not take place today, I will ask for a motion to move the exhibits marked for identification purposes into the record. At that time, I will entertain any objections as to their admissibility. I'd like to get on the record the names of each of today's witnesses. So could I ask, perhaps Ms. Cuthan, would you like to introduce each of the witnesses?
Yes, Yes, I would like to do that. What I would suggest is we have 9 witnesses today. I would like to introduce them and have them sworn in, and we will do our brief direct examination of the witnesses. But then I would like to have our first panel consist of only 5 of those witnesses. And as we move on to other topics, if necessary, add other witnesses just to sort of make the screen a little less busy.
You'll be suggesting that we have 5 witnesses. Will the other 9 witnesses be on the call also?
Yes, there'll be a total of 9 potential witnesses this morning, and I'd like them all sworn in. But for the initial panel, I believe from the schedule that was provided earlier, the first topics would be general and construction. And for those topics, I believe we just need 5 of the witnesses. And as we move on to other topics, I'd like other members of the panel to join. And so those witnesses can have their video off until that time, if that's acceptable to the department.
Oh, so they'll have, yeah, that was my question. Will they be participating? Will the other witnesses be watching what we're doing?
Yes, and they will be available to jump onto the panel, having been sworn, if necessary, when a question comes up.
Okay, that's very helpful. Thank you. Please introduce your witnesses.
Sure. The 9 witnesses are as follows: Elizabeth Johnson, John Zico, James Bodkin, Allison Klein, Megan Akanofra, Vivian Campbell, John Perrin, Hans von Lingen, and David Hallowell. Could the witnesses please be sworn?
Please unmute yourself for this swearing in, and please raise your right hand to all the witnesses. All witnesses raise the right hand. Okay, good. Do you swear that the testimony you will give in this proceeding will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I
Please
do.
respond.
I do.
Let the record reflect that all witnesses have been sworn. Ms. Cuthan, I'll turn the floor over to you. I almost said table. I'll turn the floor over to you for your direct examination.
Thank you. Ms.
Morning,
Blake will proceed.
We'll start with Mr. Zico. Mr. Zico,
I'm sorry. Oh, there was a switch there. It went too fast for me.
Sorry,
Cheryl, you are doing the direct examination?
I am. Thank you.
Thank you. Hold on a second. Thank you. And you're starting with Mr. Zico. You can go ahead now. Thank you. Sorry for the interruption.
That's
Pardon
fine.
me, David.
Mr. Zico, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Yes, my name is John, middle initial M. Zico. I'm employed by Eversource Energy Service Company. My business address is 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts, 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am the Director of Capital Projects Engineering.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
Myself and others who report to me have been responsible for the engineering of the substation portions of the project.
What topics in the company's position are you prepared to testify today?
Along with other witnesses, I'm prepared to testify on the general and construction topics, including involving the substation portions of the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Bodkin, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is James Bodkin. I'm employed by Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive in Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am a lead engineer in the overhead transmission engineering group.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston transmission reliability project?
I've been responsible for aspects for the overhead transmission line design.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Johnson, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Elizabeth Johnson. I work for Eversource Energy, located at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I am a project manager in Eastern Massachusetts for transmission capital projects.
On what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify today?
With other witnesses, I'm responsible for several information requests pertaining to the overall project execution as project manager.
Were the responses to those information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Klein, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
My name is Allison Klein. I work for Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass. 02090.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a lead underground transmission line engineer.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston transmission reliability project?
I've been focused on the design of the underground segment of the new line around Brook Street Station.
And what topics in the company's petition, are you prepared to testify?
With other witnesses, I'm prepared to testify on all topics regarding to the underground segment of the line.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials that bear your name to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Akinfora, could you please state your name, business address, and business affiliation for the record?
My name is Megan Akinfora. I work for Burns and McDonnell at 7 Wells Park in Newton, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Burns and McDonnell?
I am a public involvement specialist.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston transmission reliability project?
I have been the outreach lead for the project, organizing all communications with the various stakeholders.
On what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
With other witnesses, I'm prepared to testify for anything related to stakeholders and the outreach efforts of the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Von Lingen, could you please state your name, business address, and business affiliation for the record?
Sure. My name is Hans Van Lingen, Vanlingen. I'm with Eversource Energy at 247 Station Drive, Westwood, Mass.
And what is your position with Eversource?
I'm a senior environmental specialist.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
I've been supporting and overseeing the environmental aspects of the project.
And what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
So with other witnesses, I'm responsible for the environmental aspects as well as cultural and permitting aspects of the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes, they were.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No, I do not.
Do you adopt all materials in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes, I do.
Thank you. Mr. Perrin, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Hi, my name is John Perrin with Cornerstone Energy Services. Address is 38 Resnick Road, Plymouth, Massachusetts.
And what is your position with Cornerstone?
I'm Vice President and Principal.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
Along with other witnesses, my role has been to support the rights and survey aspect of it and permitting for the rights for permitting.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
In support of rights for the line.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes,
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
I do not.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
I do.
Thank you. Mr. Hallowell, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address? for
Sorry,
the
I didn't
record?
catch the name.
Mr. Hallowell.
Okay,
Thank you. David Hallowell with Power Engineers, 2 Hampshire Street, Foxborough, Massachusetts.
Mr. Hallowell, what is your position with Power Engineers?
I am an environmental scientist and project manager.
And what has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
Environmental and siting consultant for the project.
And on what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
The land use and, along with other witnesses, the land use and environmental permitting components of the project.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to those materials to offer for the record?
No.
Do you adopt all materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. And finally, Ms. Kimball, could you please state your name, business affiliation, and business address for the record?
Sure. My name is Vivian Kimball, and I work for VHB, located at 101 Walnut Street in Watertown, Massachusetts, 02471.
And what is your position with VHB?
I'm a project manager and environmental scientist.
What has been your role on behalf of the Carver-to-Kingston Transmission Reliability Project?
As Eversource's environmental consultant, I am the project manager for VHB's environmental team supporting the project.
On what topics in the company's petition are you prepared to testify?
With other witnesses, I'm responsible for topics related to land use, noise, traffic, and water and wetlands.
Were the responses to information requests that bear your name prepared by you or under your supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any changes to the materials provided in this proceeding that bear your name to offer for the record?
Yes, I have one small clarification. In the company's response to information request D.P.U. LU3, the table should be labeled as providing the distance from trench edge rather than the distance from the right-of-way edge.
Thank you. Do you adopt all materials in this proceeding that bear your name as your testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
Thank you. The witnesses are available for cross-examination, and I believe the first panel will be Mr. Zico, Mr. Bodkin, Ms. Johnson, Ms. Klein, Ms. Akinfora. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Blaine.
Hold
Good
on.
morning, everyone.
Hold on
Go ahead,
one
David.
second. Yeah, I need a pause here. Okay, Dean, you're going to be starting, Mr. Hazel.
That's correct. Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I would just say in general, unless I direct a question to a specific witness, the most appropriate witness is welcome to respond to any of the questions that I'm planned to ask today. So for starters, I have just a couple sort of general questions that might not be specific to any one topic. But for my first question, I would direct the witnesses to the figure that was submitted with D.P.U. CM2. And this figure shows two, thin yellow lines that are labeled, I believe, as communication lines between the underground segment and the Brook Street substation. Do the witnesses see the lines that I'm speaking about on the figure?
Yes.
Thank you. Could you describe the general purpose of the connections between the underground line and the substation?
I can take that question. So the communication lines are being tied in from the underground line to the substation to carry communication fiber, connecting the OPGW that's being carried in the overhead line down the transition structure to the fiber that's being installed and carrying it into the substation to the control house. And then it's being carried back out of the substation back into the underground duct bank to be carried back to the second transition structure to be transitioned back to OPGW.
And for the record, could you elaborate on what OPGW is for us?
Allison, I don't know if David is having trouble, but if you could speak a little bit more slowly, I think it would help.
Sure, I apologize.
So my question was just if you could tell us what OPGW stands for, if I got that correctly.
Sure, Jim, actually, I might direct that to you. I forget the exact definition of the acronym.
Sure. OPGW is an acronym for optical ground wire.
We got a problem with the audio. Mr.
Bodkin,
Hello?
Yeah,
we can barely hear you. Can you adjust your audio?
Is that better?
Much better. Much better. Thank you.
Okay. So OPGW is an acronym for optical ground wire. It refers to a design we use in static wires for overhead transmission lines, where the static wire includes a fiber core that's used for communication. It's slightly different from the underground part where the
I'm sorry, I'm having too much difficulty. I have to apologize. It's just not clear enough.
I don't know. It's not that clear to me either, Mr. Bodkin. I don't know what happened. At first, it was hard to hear you. And then when you said, is this better? It was much, much better. And then something happened and it became difficult to understand what you're saying. Could you go back to the beginning of your answer?
can you hear me now? Is it fading in and out, or?
I can hear just vaguely. Is there anything you can do to your audio, adjust your audio?
It's turned up pretty far, almost all the way.
And the pin itself, can you turn the pin to see if there's a connection loose?
Okay,
Try it again.
better?
Yes, much better. Now, if it's like this should work.
Okay, I won't move.
All right. You're frozen. Very good.
Not frozen, just not moving.
Yeah, very good. Okay, Mr. Bobkin, could you repeat your answer in a little slower and clearer for me? Thank you.
Certainly. OPGW is an acronym that stands for optical ground wire. It refers to a design we use on overhead transmission where the static wire includes fiber optics at its core, which can be used for communication throughout our system.
Thank you, Mr. Bodkin. And it looks like these communication lines would be installed underground. I know that transmission lines are often installed within duct banks underground. Would the communication lines be, installed with any different construction methods, basically?
The underground fiber will be installed in the transmission duct bank. So the yellow lines that you're seeing are actually carrying the communication conduits, carrying the fiber from the underground duct bank into the station and then back into the underground duct bank where they'll be reconnected to the overhead line at the transition structures. So it's basically providing a connection between the overhead at the underground transition structures for the communication fiber so that we maintain the complete connection throughout the line.
Okay, and is the yellow lines, you said they're installed in conduits. I assume that's not a full duct bank.
No, it'll be a couple 2-inch conduits carried in a much smaller duct bank from the underground transmission duct bank.
Okay, and I usually understand the term duct bank to mean there's some sort of concrete encasing the individual conduits. Is that correct for these yellow line segments?
That's correct. It'll be most likely 2 or 4, still finalizing that 2-inch conduits carried in a smaller concrete duct bank, probably maybe a foot by a foot in that general
Okay.
Size.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Klein. That makes sense. I have another sort of just general permitting question. It might be appropriate for the gentleman who indicated he was doing rights. Yes, Mr. Perrin. I believe in response to information request G-10, the company indicated that the line would require several grants of location. And I'd like you to please confirm whether grants of location are needed for both overhead and underground road crossings for the new line. Oh, I believe you're muted, Mr.
Muted.
Perrin.
That's a rookie mistake. Grants of location will be required for both the overhead and the underground. We are going to pursue grants of location for every crossing, even though at Brook Street, we have a grant of location that allows for underground lines.
Okay, so every location where the new line would cross a street, that would require a new grant of location?
Correct.
All right. So as long as I was going to have the witnesses go over, Appendix E and identify which roads would be crossed, but as long as every single road identified in the map book will be crossed, I don't think we need to do that on a street by street basis. So
I can, correct. We have 2 in Plimpton, 7 in Carver, and 9 in Kingston. So.
Okay, perfect. And can you describe the general process that the company follows to secure a grant of location from each town?
Yes. So once the project is approved, we will submit to the Board of Selectmen for each town as required by Mass General Law. We will submit a request for a grant of location to cross the roads. We will provide the appropriate drawings, design drawings that they might need, as well as traffic management plans if required, in order to get an approval from the town for from the Board of Selectmen for the crossing.
All right, thank you. Is a grant of location, usually I imagine permits getting approved by a individual department of a town, like the D.P.U. or the Conservation Commission. Is a grant of location only handled by the Board of Selectmen, or is it passed down to a more hands-on division at any point?
It is handled by the Board of Selectmen.
Okay, thank you. Those conclude my general questions. I believe Mr. Shea may have had a few questions before we get into the individual environmental topics.
I do. Thank you. Thank you. At the beginning, let's on the theme of general questions, I refer the witnesses to the answers to D.P.U. G-G-6 and D.P.U. N-5. G-6 states that lines 132 and 133 are radial lines, and the response to D.P.U. N-5 describes radial lines as being those, quote, in which there is only one direction the power can flow. One thing I want to clear up for the record, if the current on the radial line flows only one way, then is that implying that that the radial line is a DC line?
Well, we don't have Ms. Leonard on the panel today, but I feel that question is generic enough that I may be able to reply to it. I think what she's intending to convey is that when she says radial line, it's not a DC line that the current flows one way. I think perhaps a other way to characterize it would be that the power flows in one direction as opposed to the current.
Okay, so it's an AC line.
It's an AC line, and we will typically use the term radial to differentiate from a line that is say interconnected between two transmission stations.
Thank you. Thank you for clarifying that. Next, I'd like to ask about Appendix E at page 10. On the edge of the page, there is there shows the Brook Street substation, and in particular, next to it, structure 37. Is this structure 37, is this a transition structure?
I'm still looking up the appendix, but yes, structure 37 is going to be an underground to overhead transition structure.
Okay, and are there particular requirements for transition structures? Construction, engineering requirements?
I might ask for additional clarification. I guess what I would say is that the transition structures are designed in conjunction with both overhead and underground transmission cable in mind. We have to both carry the underground cable up to terminations and connections to the overhead line. So I'm not sure if that clarifies answers your question, or if maybe you can provide a little additional clarification.
No, that answers the question. I just wanted to know, is there anything, in addition, I understand what the transition structure is doing, but is there anything about the structure itself? Is there anything about the way the structure is constructed that's different from the other structures?
I might direct this to Jim. My understanding is that the construction method is the same.
Thank you. Mr. Bodkin?
Yeah, the construction method is the same. The significant difference is there would be brackets on the structure to train the cable down from the terminations into the ground.
Thank you. Next, I'm going to ask a few questions about the petition. On page 7, the text says that line 342, quote, passes by Brook Street substation. Now, when I look at the appendix E. Appendix E is in Edward, yes. At page 10, I can see Appendix E on page 10, one can see the corridor coming down from the top of the page. And that the corridor intersects the Carver-to-Kingston corridor. Do you understand? Does anyone see the corridor I'm talking about? Page 10 of Appendix E. Is anyone?
I've got it.
Okay. Is that the corridor that line 342 runs along?
Yes, it's a little difficult to see, but on the left-hand side of the page, you'll see a pair of dark lines which go across diagonally and then head upward to the top of the page.
I'm
That's
sorry, the dark lines that go diagonally upward. Yes, that indicates a corridor.
Yes, that's the corridor along which line 342 travels.
Okay, thank you. How close does 342 get to Brook Street substation?
Within 100 to 200 feet. It's very close.
Does it pass on the 242? Does it pass on the side that's where the road is, the Brook Street itself?
It crosses Brook Street.
But it doesn't go over the Brook Street substation itself, does it?
No, it does not cross over the substation. There's as I said, there's a distance of maybe 100 to 200 feet from the fence line to the line.
Now, in the petition at page 7, refers to a solid dielectric cable. I'd like to get on the record exactly the definition of a solid dielectric cable. What is that?
The solid dielectric cable is the cable type that we'll be using for the underground line installation. It's a type of cable that uses cross-linked polyethylene or XLPE insulation. It's different from some of our other underground transmission installations, which use pipe type cable, which use fluid or gas as the insulating medium. And that's what we'll be using between the two transition structures.
When you talk about the insulating medium, is that also the dielectric? Is that also referred to as the dielectric material?
Yes.
Okay, so what is exactly the dielectric material? What material, has that dielectric property?
We call it a cross-linked polyethylene. It's basically a material that the polyethylene is kind of linked together during the manufacturing process that allows it surrounds the conductor. In this case, we'll be using an aluminum conductor to insulate the cable to allow it to be installed underground.
Thank you. Yeah, I've got a question on notice. In the petition on page 9 in paragraph 18, it talks about the company sending invitations for open house and indicates that the open house invitation was sent to Carver and Kingston officials. Were any open house invitations sent to any Plimpton or other town officials in Plimpton or any other town?
In Plimpton, as is with abutters in Plimpton, they were given invites to come to either Carver or the Kingston open houses.
Okay, so the abutters were given invites to the Carver or Kingston open houses. Were any of the town officials given such invites?
Yes, the abutters and the town officials were given invites to come to either open house.
Okay, thank you. On Appendix F, indicates on the petition that there is one or more 23 kilovolt lines that run parallel to the new line. And it appears from the first page of Appendix F that the 23 kilovolt line is not present at the beginning of the new line's route. Is that correct?
That's correct. There is no 23 kV line on the right-of-way corridor from Carver up to around Spring Street, which is roughly the halfway point between Carver and Brook Street.
Did you say Bridge Street?
Sorry, Spring Street?
Spring Street. And where is Spring Street? I mean, is it, as you just said, halfway between the two stations?
Let me look at my map here a second. So Spring Street would be shown on page 7 of Appendix E. It's right around structure 26 of the proposed project.
Page 7 of Appendix F?
Appendix E, I believe. The plan set.
Okay. Now, this one thing I can't quite figure out from Appendix F is whether there's one 23 kV line that shares the right of way with the new line, or whether it's one line from Spring Street to Brook Street and then a separate 23 kV line from Brook Street onto the the Kingston, substation.
You mean electrically the same or physically the same construction?
I think we want to know if they're.
I don't understand the distinction between electrically the same and physically the same.
Okay, if you look at the structures on the right of way, they will look the same electrically. I think I would have to confirm this with Mr. Jones, who's not on the panel today, but I believe from Spring Street, the line travels north and ties into the Brook Street substation, and then exits the Brook Street substation and continues north along the same right of way to the Kingston area.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bodkin, I noticed in Appendix F, south of Spring Street, the distribution line is on what looks like a monopole structure, and then on pages 5 and 4, on pages, excuse me, and then on page 4, it's on a 3-pole structure. And then again on page 5, it's the distribution line is back onto a monopole. I think that's the part of the confusion. Is this different configurations of the same distribution line, or is it just different distribution lines entering and leaving the right of way?
It's a different configuration of the same distribution line. The monopoles would be the tangent structures, which we have along the straight sections of the right of way. That 3-pole structure is at an angle point. So there are 3 poles and guide to turn the angle on the line, but it's the same line.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, a few questions on the outreach. We mentioned already the open houses. Now, did anyone at the open house express concern or opposition to the project? I understand that the issue of all concerns raised by all butters is addressed in one of the answers to an IR D.P.U-G-2. But at the hearings, were specifically any concerns raised?
At the open houses, aside from a few folks with just like general sentiment of not wanting another line. There were really no kind of specific concerns about the project itself from the open houses.
Thank you. On that same page, the petition at 9, there are a number of references to quote, door-to-door outreach. I believe that term means in-person attempts to contact abutters at their residences, people going, knocking on doors. Could you confirm that?
That is correct.
There are on the same page references to post-open house door-to-door outreach, to direct abutters and mailings. Did the mailings only go to the direct abutters, or did the mailings also go to abutters within 300 feet of the right of way?
For the post-open house mailings, it went to everyone within 300 feet of the right of way.
And did mailings also go to abutters within a quarter mile of the substations?
Yes.
Oh, thank you. Just a second, let me look over. I think I'm done. Yes, that's all my questions for on this. I'll have a few, Mr. Hazel, to follow up with you on land use whenever you get to that issue.
Okay.
But thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Yeah, actually, land use is the next sort of like topic that I'm going to ask questions about. So if the panel's all set, I'll go ahead. I'm also on information request G-2. In this response, the company indicated that it submitted a request to the Kingston Conservation Commission to clear trees at the Hathaway Preserve. I'd like the witnesses to just describe a little bit more about the tree clearing on Hathaway Preserve and why that request was before the Conservation Commission.
So I'm going to defer that to David Hallowell from Power Engineer.
Sure. So the Hathaway Preserve is just north of Wapping Road in Kingston. In that preserve is actually owned by the Kingston Conservation Commission. The tree removal we refer to is selective cutting of what's been identified as potentially hazard trees that are outside the right of way.
In using Appendix E, which is the map book, could you direct me to the pages that show the Hathaway Preserve?
Absolutely. Page 13 in Appendix E is the beginning, and it extends onto a portion of page 14.
Oh, there it is. It's labeled. Thank you. Did the company ask the Conservation Commission for permission just because the Concom is the owner of the property, or was an actual notice of intent submitted under the Wetlands Protection Act for that tree clearing?
So at this stage, we reached out because they are the owner of the property. A notice of intent will be submitted for the project, and with that, any tree cutting outside of the right of way that falls within the commission's jurisdiction would be included.
I guess my question is whether the tree clearing in Hathaway Preserve is jurisdictional under the Wetlands Protection Act, or were you just asking the Conservation Commission because they're the property owner?
We were asking the commission because they're the property owner.
Okay.
Yeah, stop for a second, please, before your next question. It seems to me we just transitioned to a new topic, which means we might have a new group as a panel. I have to beg that I don't know the organization of this. At the beginning, I thought we would identify panels before we went forward. So if I'm intruding, just let me know and I'll handle it. But at this point here, Mr. Holloway was not in the panel that we started off with. And Mr. Hallowell. And so are we setting up a new panel for this, or are we not going to organize the transcript that way? I just need some guidance with regard to that.
I think at this point, we would like to add Mr. Van Lingen and Mr. Hallowell to the panel.
Is that, Mr. Shea, is that okay?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you, Ms. Houston.
So adding to the panel will be Mr. Van Lingen and Mr. Halloway to the previous panel. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Hallowell.
Hallowell,
That's
yes.
correct.
Right. It's the first time I'm getting the name. So can you give me 1 second, please?
I believe Ms. Kimball is part of this impacts panel as well.
So this is all off the record. Mr. Arsenal is doing other things. So you're saying that Ms. Kimball? Was that it? You're saying something about Ms. Kimball?
Yes, Ms. Kimball is part of the panel on impacts.
So the new panel includes Ms. Kimball, Mr. Hallowell, and who is the third person? Mr. Van Lingen.
That's correct.
Okay, 1 second.
Sure. We're off the record now.
Thank you.
So I think unless they're required to, Mr. Zigo, Mr. Bodkin, Ms. Akinfora can do video off at this point.
Okay, so I'm going to ask one more time for the present panel. And give me just 1 second to do that. You realize, of course, if we were in a room, people would shift and they would come to the bench. And that's exactly what's taking place on the Zoom, except it flows much easier. And I can easily get lost. So this panel, as I understand it now, contains Hans van Linden, Mr. Halliwell, Ms. Kimball. I'm missing somebody, I think.
Ms. Johnson.
Johnson, thank you. Okay, just give me a second. I'll just drop that down here. Okay, thank you.
So we're still off the record. So then in the future, when someone who's not on the panel starts to speak, which is fine, it's good to have the people with the knowledge speak, but they should identify themselves, or perhaps one of the attorneys from the company could then at that point state, oh, we have a new member of the panel now, and so that can be on the record. Would that be helpful to you, Mr. Arsenal?
Yes, but I don't want it to be so cumbersome that it's clumsy. So let's see how it works. I'm familiar with how the transcripts look with panels and questions, and when you go to that section and you find the questions related to that panel. As the plan, if you don't have that organized in the transcript, your transcript will be more difficult to find information.
Yeah.
Let's give it a try.
Okay, I would encourage you to, Mr. Arsenal, to interrupt where necessary, because and don't worry about things being a little clumsy. The important part is to get an accurate record, and I don't want to. I realize that this is difficult for you because, as you say, you don't visually see people leaving, coming, and going. So don't hesitate to interrupt on the basis of accuracy if you want to. If you're not sure who's speaking.
Right.
Thank you. All right, go ahead. Who was the last person speaking?
I was asking Mr. Hollowell questions about the Hathaway Preserve. Are we back on the record?
If you'd like to be sure.
Yes, let's go back on the record, please.
Mr. Hallowell, did the Kingston Conservation Commission request any mitigation for tree clearing outside of the right-of-way?
They asked that wherever possible, if we could keep standing dead trees or snags as habitat for wildlife.
Okay, that actually was my next question. I think the term snags was used in the information request, and that's not a term that I'm familiar with. Can you explain a little bit more about what the Kingston Conservation Commission meant, or what you understood it to mean when they used the term snag?
Sure. So snag is a term for as I said, a standing dead tree. So what Eversource would do would probably be to actually top that tree to cut it to a height where it wouldn't impact the line if it fell. That tree would consequently die, but the dead tree is actually habitat for a number of different species, birds, and other insects and pests. So there is a value to leaving that standing dead tree.
Okay, so it sounds like it's mainly the trunk part of the tree that's left up and standing.
Correct.
Okay. I have a question in reference to information request LU1, which provides distances between the right-of-way and certain receptors along the route. And I would just like the witnesses to clarify if this table reflects the distance between the edge of the right-of-way and the edge of the parcel that contains one of these receptors, or whether it's the distance between the right-of-way and an actual structure.
I'll jump in. This represents the distance from the edge of the right-of-way to the edge of the parcel.
Okay. And then the same question applies to the table provided in LU-3. Is the same answer applicable?
Yes.
Okay. Several of the discovery questions and responses pertain to the company's vegetation management plan. I'd like the witnesses to provide just a general description of what the vegetation management plan is and why the company has one.
So the vegetation management plan is what is required under, and I'll get you the regulation requirement in 1 second. It's the approach that the company uses to manage vegetation within the right of way to prevent any hazards to the line or obstructions to accessing for maintenance purposes. It's required under 333 CMR 11, which are rights of way management regulations.
And I believe information request LU-6 also references a yearly operating plan, which I think is somehow related to the vegetation management plan. Can you describe how those two documents are related to one another?
Sure. The vegetation management plan is the general management approach. The yearly operational plans are the notifications or notification process for which we send to the individual towns where the maintenance is going to occur, which gives the towns and the communities an opportunity for public comment.
Is does a yearly operating plan require approval from the town, or is it simply a notification?
I believe it is a notification.
And the vegetation management plan, what does who is that approved by?
That is approved by the Massachusetts Department of Agriculture, DAR.
Okay. And with reference to the specific right-of-ways involved in this project, has the company carried out vegetation management on a regular basis inside these right-of-ways?
Yes, the company has. We've for the majority of the right-of-way, this is well maintained to the full extent of the right-of-way.
And can you describe generally the means by which the company maintains the right-of-way? I think there's often two categories: mechanical and chemical. Are either of those used under the company's VMP or yearly operating plans?
Yes. So under the VMP, they cover both. The YOP, and I will confirm that is for the application of herbicide. The processes are, as you described, mechanical and application of herbicides. Mechanical involved equipment or hand cutting, and the herbicide application is done by backpack sprayer.
And has chemical vegetation control been used in these right-of-ways specifically? May I say in the last 5 years or so?
I'm actually going to ask Megan Akinfora if she can jump back on, because I think she supported the outreach for that. May be able to give you a more accurate answer.
Yes, the company has just finished it's usually, roughly every 4-year cyclical maintenance, and they just completed in this corridor at the beginning of this year.
So I'm sorry, did the outreach?
I did not yet. So I did not do the outreach specifically for the veg work, but I closely coordinate with the vegetation management group when there are overlaps with where projects that, I'm managing outreach for are happening in the same corridor as the cyclical veg maintenance.
Okay. It sounds like maybe my question might be better served by a record request. So I'll issue the first record request for the day, and my question is whether the company has used both chemical and mechanical vegetation management practices in the last 5 years within the right-of-ways involved in this project. Is that question clear?
Yes.
Okay, so for the record, that will be record request RR-DPU-1.
Okay. I'm still on the topic of tree clearing. Let's see. In response to information request LU-7, the company indicates that there are, quote, a few non-compatible trees within the right-of-way that the company would like to remove. Do any of the witnesses know the location of these trees? And if so, could you describe them in reference to Appendix E?
I can also take that question. So these trees fall in the span between the Kingston substation and Brook Street substation. So going from page 10 to page 15 of Appendix E. And it's kind of intermittent throughout that duration because the right-of-way is a little bit shorter in width for that span of the project. So in the same way that we identified the trees at the halfway preserve, that could be potential hazard trees to the new line. That's what we identified in this span at different properties.
And those, I'm sorry, in response to LU7, I think subpart A was specifically talking about trees that are within the right of way that are non-compatible. And does the company know how many of these non-compatible trees inside of its own right of way need to be removed?
Inside its own right of way, there pretty much is really only one property that comes to mind, with maybe a couple that are in that kind of a couple additional locations between Kingston to Carver. But over at page 14 on Appendix E, you'll see the area where the MBTA right of way is at the top section. And kind of right over there, there's a property that, right where you see kind of the structure 129 relative of the existing structures. On that property, there's one tree that there's in the front yard that is within the right of way. And then there is a row of, about a half dozen arborvitaes that are between the yard of that property and then the railroad.
And has the company worked with I don't know if sometimes the company's right of way, has an easement across someone's private property. So if those trees are located on, a property that's not owned in fee by the company, have you communicated with that landowner about removing those trees?
Yes, we've met with this landowner to talk about, which trees we would need to remove in support of the project. And we're in the process of figuring out, specifically what sort of mitigation we'd offer. It's an ongoing conversation, but they're aware of what it is that we need to do in reference to the project. And, we're working to kind of finalize what we would do in replacement of the trees that will be removed.
Can you describe anything, generally along the lines of what you'd be considering to offer that property owner?
I would say, generally speaking, it probably is going to fall within two categories. For us, in terms of any sort of additional vegetation, if it's within the right of way, it would need to be compatible with the company's veg management standards. But off right of way, we also have the ability to accommodate some sort of plantings, and if in the case of that particular area, since the arborvitaes are definitely more of, I think, a blockage for the train area, that would be an area where some sort of fencing might also be something that we'd look into potentially doing to kind of help block that area off visually.
Okay. And just for the record, Ms. Akinforo, when you use the term veg work, is that in reference to vegetation clearing?
So for the project, yeah. So, and what I mean is that for the project, there are a couple of trees that are within the right of way that we would need to remove, but we would need to make sure if we planted anything within the right of way that it is compatible with what the company allows.
Okay. And just for the sake of clarity, when you use the term veg work, is that just generally describing
things
related to planting new trees or removing old trees?
Yeah, anything.
Okay.
So that way it's not always specifically in reference to, what one would refer to as a mature tree. It could also mean addressing scrub brush and things like that.
Okay. Also on the topic of tree clearing, the same question, LU-7, subpart B indicates that there's a few dozen trees outside of the right of way that the company would like to remove. Are you able to describe to me where these trees are located?
So that was when I initially answered the previous question. Those few dozen trees fall in that span between the Kingston station and the Brook Street substation. So about pages 10 to 15. And they're kind of intermittent throughout the properties as you go along that section of the project.
Okay. And has the company mapped these trees specifically, like with GPS or, just taking photos or anything like that?
The trees that fall kind of in the residential areas, we haven't specifically GPS located them. It's been more of meeting with individual kind of property owners and having the discussions on site, to see if they would be open to the full removal of the tree. Whereas for the project, we just need to do trimming, but in the interest of kind of looking at potential future hazards of the tree, aesthetic reasons, we wanted to have the conversation with each individual property owner if they would rather us just remove the entire tree as opposed to just the trimming needed for the project.
Okay. I'm interested to know how the company came to the estimate of a few dozen trees. Does the company have a specific number of trees outside of the right of way that it would like to remove, or have you not arrived at that estimate yet?
The estimate, few dozen, actually comes from the fact that we've met with each of the property owners on site. So from our field notes, we've taken documentation of how many trees get discussed at those on-site meetings.
Okay. And is it likely that number will, change as the project proceeds through its development?
It shouldn't. Between meeting with property owners as well as doing a few full site walks of the area, we're confident in the number of trees that we've identified.
Okay. So if I asked a record request for the, a more precise number than a few dozen, it sounds like you'd be able to supply that with a reasonable level of specificity.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, I'd like to ask a record request for, well, one additional clarifying question is, I appreciate that they're generally between the Brook Street substation and the Kingston Street substation.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's possible to identify, the exact location of the trees, or at least, an outline of the areas that that these trees would be removed from, would it be possible for the company to provide that information as well, or?
Yeah, since we've met with all the property owners along this area, we could reference kind of each parcel and then kind of talk about how many trees at each parcel were discussed with the property owner.
Okay.
So we could break it down that way.
All right, sounds good. So I would like to ask a record request which describes the number and location of trees outside of the right of way that the company would like to remove as part of this project.
Okay, that will be, for the record, that will be record request RR-DPU-2.
And subpart C to information request LU-7 indicates that the company actually had a field survey completed between Smith Fuller Way and Wapping Road, and also within the Kingston water supply area and the Hathaway Preserve. Is that something you're familiar with?
Yes. In terms of specifics related to those surveys, though, I'd defer to either Vivian or Dave.
Okay. So I guess as a general question, I'd like to know how the company, identified those areas specifically as being appropriate for an actual survey, whereas it sounds like other areas have had more, just sort of outreach activities in relation to tree clearing.
I can take that. David Hallowell, Power Engineers. So the two areas that you identified, for one, Hathaway Preserve, trees were specifically identified in that area so that we could discuss it with the Conservation Commission. As we mentioned previously, they are the owners of the Hathaway Preserve. And then the other area that was identified, Smith Fuller Way to Wapping Road. That area is within a rare species habitat for eastern box turtle. It's an area we've been discussing with Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program. So we specifically identified the trees in that area as well, as that'll be part of our permitting with them.
Am I hearing the road correctly? Wapping, W-A-P-P-I-N-G?
Yes.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, so it sounds like the company had specific reasons for surveying these areas, and one for the area between Smith Fuller Way and Wapping Road. Did I understand correctly that was to support rare species permitting?
That's correct.
And then for the Kingston water supply land and the Hathaway Preserve, you had those lands surveyed to support your request to the departments of Kingston, the appropriate departments within Kingston.
That's correct.
Okay.
Mr. Hazel, if I could interrupt just for clarification, you referred a few moments ago to subpart C of D.P.U. LU 7.
Mm-hmm.
I don't see a subpart C to that.
It's LU 8.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lingen and Ms. Cuthan. That's correct. It's LU 8.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And then, so lastly, on the topic of tree clearing, subpart C of LU 8, indicates that other areas beyond what we've already discussed may have significant pruning completed on them. So could the witnesses describe the areas of the right-of-way that would be subject to pruning rather than tree removal?
It's that same section, going from Kingston to Brook Street. And so the way we arrived to the trees that we want to seek full removal was by, identifying where the pruning was needed. And then based off of the pruning that needed to be completed, what would be left. And so from there, it's where we kind of identified trees that are off the right of way that we would like to seek permission for complete removal, as opposed to just leaving them pruned.
Okay. So during your outreach efforts, you described potential mitigation on a property near the MBTA right-of-way. Have there been any other requests for mitigation specifically related to tree clearing from either individual property owners or municipalities?
There have been a few. So the difference with the discussions regarding the off right-of-way tree removal versus the tree removal within the right-of-way near the MBTA is that we need express permission from the property owners to remove those trees. So that would actually result in an agreement between the company and the property owner. And in those agreements, if we come to a mutually agreeable kind of resolution, we would offer, the same things. They might be seeking some sort of vegetation, they might be seeking some sort of fencing, etc.
Okay, and you said one of those two categories requires express permission. Could you just clarify which of the two within the right of way or outside the right of way requires the express permission?
Outside of the right of way, we need permission from property owners to remove the full tree. We can trim, do the pruning within the right of way, for the branches that move over to the right of way, but to remove the entire tree, we need permission from the underlying property owner.
Okay, and for the properties that are where trees need to be removed outside of the right of way, have there been any requests for mitigation that the company has not been, receptive to implementing, or where a landowner is, asked for things that the company thinks are, unreasonable or not feasible to implement?
Not at this point, no. At this point, pretty much everything that's being asked is reasonable. We just have to work to finalize those agreements.
And at what point in the project development does the company expect to finalize those individual agreements?
So after we proceed with these hearings, I think we're going to circle back with property owners. But in the case of this project, we want to make sure that we're moving towards an approval. So I don't think we necessarily want to finalize anything until the project is approved, because if the the latter happens, then these trees wouldn't need to be removed.
Okay. So after, if and when the company receives a D.P.U. approval, that's the point where you would go forward with executing individual agreements?
Yes.
Okay. That sort of clears up my questions on tree clearing. I'm still inside the topic of land use, or questions related to information requests from the land use category. But moving on to rare species. So in response to LU 14, the company described its permitting with Mass Wildlife and the NHESP program. Could the witnesses provide an update on the project's status with Mass Wildlife permitting?
Sure. We actually just met with the review analyst from the NHESP a few days ago, and to determine the next steps in the project, and lay out what would need to do in order to finalize the permitting for the project.
So has the company submitted its applications to Mass Wildlife, or are you still in a pre-application coordination phase?
So we have not yet submitted the application. We're going to be submitting a application request for a scientific collection permit to do the assessment of for the species present, and then also coincident to that, we'll be including the actual conservation management permit application.
So the species collection permit, can you describe, that sounds like something that happens before you would even get the main authorization that the company seeks. Can you describe like why the company needs to go through a species collection permitting phase?
So for the species that are present, the eastern box turtle, we'll be doing studies, telemetry studies to determine the use and presence of species within the right of way.
And can you help me understand what a telemetry study is?
Sure. Telemetry study is process of, well, we identify turtles that throughout the active season of the species. Any turtles that are found during surveys, we attach a radio transmitter to, which allows us to track the location of as they move throughout the year.
And then that information would be used to support the an additional permit to Mass Wildlife. Is that correct?
So that'll, yes, and that'll also assist us during construction to ensure that we can avoid harming the species.
I think you mentioned something called a conservation management permit, or maybe I missed the proper title.
Vivian, do you want to run through the complete submittal?
Sure. So we would be submitting a checklist, is what Natural Heritage calls it. And that provides them with an overview of the anticipated potential impacts to the, in this case, box turtle, and assists Natural Heritage in their review of whether the project will result in a take of rare species.
The take of?
Rare species.
Thank you.
Okay. And you were referring to, you would submit it to NHESP staff or something like that. Or is that one and the same as Mass Wildlife?
It is a division. It is a department within Mass Wildlife.
Okay, thank you. In response to LU14, the company attached I believe it was a comment letter to the MIPA office from Mass Wildlife, kind of on the topic of rare species permitting in the eastern box turtle. On page 2 of that attachment, Mass Wildlife lists 4 sort of measures that could be implemented by the company to minimize impacts to state listed species. Do you see the list of 4 items that I'm speaking about?
Yes.
Okay. Are there any of those 4 items that the company feels it could not implement during construction?
I will defer to, I would say no, but I would defer to.
Yeah, no, I was just reading to make sure, and I do not see an issue with any of those.
Okay. And so I suppose this comment letter to the MIPA office would have come before the company maybe even initiated conversations with Mass Wildlife. Would any of these 4 conditions, kind of manifest themselves as conditions within the Mass Wildlife permits that you are seeking?
Yes. Can you clarify the question?
I'm sorry. I'm not as familiar with the permitting process in Mass Wildlife, but so the company would submit a checklist, and then Mass Wildlife would use the checklist to determine whether take of rare species would occur. Is that correct?
That is correct, yes.
So,
or a potential take, yes.
Or a potential take. So does the company actually need an authorization from Mass Wildlife in the same way that you say need like an order of conditions from a conservation commission? Like, do you get an actual permit authorizing construction from Mass Wildlife?
So it's contained, and Vivian, correct me if I'm wrong, it's contained in the take determination, whether there is a take or they determine there's going to be no take of species or their associated habitat.
Okay, so if Mass Wildlife determined that there would be a take, would that determination include conditions that would be designed to minimize impacts to those state listed rare species?
Yes, and to further clarify, even the no take determination would potentially include conditions for avoidance. So, okay. Yes.
And would you include would you expect those conditions to be to include the 4 items listed on page 2 of the comment letter?
Yes. Yes, they would
Okay,
in either circumstance.
gotcha.
Okay, may I just interrupt? We had scheduled a break for 11:30 and it's 11:30 right now. Is this an appropriate time, Mr. Hazel?
This is a fine time. I need to collect my thoughts here.
Okay, then unless there's an urgent reason not to do so, let's take a break and Mr. Arsenal can stretch his fingers and the rest of us can stretch our legs. Thank you. So this will be a 15-minute break and we'll resume at 11:45. And we'll all go off the audio and visual. Thank you.
Before we go on the record, do we have a sense, is it going to be the same panel continuing now?
Yes, it will be.
Thank you, Catherine.
Okay, some people from our side aren't back on the panel yet, aren't back on Zoom yet.
Yeah, Andy.
Well, sometimes
I'm here.
Andy's here. Oh, good. If Andy's here, we're ready to go.
I'm just lurking.
All right, why don't we resume, Mr. Hazel?
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Shea. Before we took a break, I was asking a few questions about the rare species permitting, especially as it relates to the eastern box turtle. Before the break, we discussed the 4 points that were described in the comment letter from Mass Wildlife to the MIPA office. And I believe the witness indicated that even if the project does not result in a take, these 4 conditions and potentially others could still be, implemented by Mass Wildlife to minimize impacts to state listed rare species. Is that correct?
Yes. So the aspects about implementing a protection plan in our checklist will provide calculations of potential impacts or ways that the department can assess the potential impacts to species. And again, through that application process, we'll be assessing alternatives or ways to minimize. And then part 4 of that acquisition, that would be more relative to if there is a potential take. That would be more where that's related to.
Okay, so let's focus on in the in the event that their project does not result in a take. Are there any minimization measures that Mass Wildlife frequently requires, or that the company would expect to have as a condition of the Mass Wildlife's review?
Yes, it would primarily be contained within a where is it? Turtle protection plan, where we'd identify.
But we got lost the word. It would primarily be contained within
Turtle protection plan, where we would either identify certain times a year that would affect or be best to complete certain activities. If we're not able to do that, we would implement additional species protections, including active tracking using the monitors, as we discussed for the telemetry. We would implement training of personnel, construction personnel, to ensure that there are to do what's called sweeps, or to look ahead of certain activities. We would minimize disturbance in certain areas, or if we identify any as part of the turtle survey prior to the work, if we identified nesting areas or areas that would need to be avoided during construction.
Okay. And so thank you. Would the turtle protection plan be prepared regardless of whether the project would result in a take or not?
Yes.
Okay. And if the project does result in a take determination from Mass Wildlife, how would the turtle protection plan be different?
I don't think it would be different per se. It would be the only difference would be how we mitigate any take. So
Okay, I think that's basically what I'm interested in is what mitigation measures would the company expect to have imposed if the project is determined to result in a take?
So some of the mitigation measures, some of the more common ones would be creation of additional habitat, in this case, potentially nesting areas, supporting additional study work on the species. Dave or Vivian, if you have any additional
I feel like those are the most common, as you said. And the creation of habitat could be if there is room on the right of way, but potentially off right of way as well.
Yeah,
Which
the only, yes, so the last one I was thinking of would be to place land into a conservation restriction. And that's where it might be off right away.
Okay. Mr. Hollowell, did you have anything to add to that, or it looked like you perked up for a moment there?
No, I think they've covered it.
Okay.
Thank you, though.
Yep. Mr. Van Lingen, I think you also mentioned alternatives analysis being part of the Mass Wildlife Review process. Could you explain a little bit more about the scope of alternatives analysis in the context of rare species and the eastern box turtle specifically here?
So Vivian, correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think there is a specific requirement for an alternatives analysis in the checklist.
Right. So as part of our narrative to support the checklist, which is a form that Natural Heritage asks the applicant to fill out, in the supporting narrative, we would discuss alternatives. And in this case, it tends to be not so much sort of big picture alternatives that the D.P.U reviews, but sort of construction alternatives. So how could you do the work differently to avoid or minimize impacts to the species in question?
Would that go so far as to think about like relocating individual structures, or is it really more focused on how the construction methods for building the project?
It could be both. Hans, do you want to jump in?
Yeah, no, that's fine. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Okay. Okay, that wraps up my questioning on the eastern box turtle. The other sort of topic within rare species were the maternity roost trees for the I forget the name of the specific species of bat, but is the company familiar with?
I believe you're referring to the northern long-eared bat.
Thank you. That's correct. So let's see. In response to information request LU-18, the company indicated that it would, if required, hire a biologist to complete a field survey of the project right-of-way for maternity roost trees and, I might butcher this, hibernaculum. So if the witnesses could describe, what circumstances would compel the company to hire a biologist and carry out an actual field survey rather than simply relying on the existing rare species maps.
Dave or Vivian, do you want to?
Sure, I can take that one. So as we've mentioned, we've been coordinating with the Natural Heritage and Endangered Species Program. They are the ones that track and administer rare species for the state. In our coordination with them, they've made no mention of concerns regarding northern long-eared bat. So that would be one source that may require a survey. The other one is the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. We file what's called an IPAC review, information planning, and I forget what the rest of them, Vivian or Hans.
And I believe it's planning and consultation.
And consultation. Thank you. So through that review, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife may identify concerns with the project, and they would require additional information. So through one of those two agencies that review rare species is where the requirement for monitoring or surveys would come about.
Okay, so you mentioned that Mass Wildlife has not mentioned anything about the long-eared bat. Have you submitted that information, planning and consultation form or application to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, or has the company?
Yes, we have. There was a preliminary review done for that. Yes.
And can you describe the outcome of that preliminary review?
So the outcome of that identified that there was a potential for northern long-eared bat habitat, and then refers you to check the state mapping for that species. And I believe that's what we in LU 18 under B, we provided a link to that, to the known locations for maternity roost and hibernaculum issued by the state.
Okay, so the federal Fish and Wildlife Agency, they did not mention anything about having an actual field survey conducted.
That's correct. They did not request a field survey.
And I suppose the company might have biologists in its right of way from time to time. Can you describe what would happen if a maternity roost was just coincidentally identified along the right of way throughout the course of the company's permitting and project planning?
So this actually does happen. This ties into a lot of the maintenance work that we do. Similar to capital work, it does require permits and approval. And so from time to time, the biologists that support that work may identify either new instances or based on the information they collect, expanded habitat mapping. And that's, I guess, one of the benefits of working so closely with these agencies is that we receive the most up-to-date information on the species as we identify those areas on the right-of-ways. So we would adjust accordingly if there was a new species identification or a significant expansion or an expansion of habitat that wasn't identified initially.
Okay, so I just want to be sure I'm understanding you correctly. Are you indicating that even during the operation of the new line, the company would, there would at least be the opportunity to review expanded rare species mapping?
Yes, while it may not be a specific condition of a take, if or a no take determination, if one is made, if there's additional information that's brought to our attention, we make every effort to accommodate that and proceed, even as an appropriate practice.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lingen. Let's see. That concludes my questioning on land use for now. Do any of my colleagues have any follow-up questions or questions of their own on this area?
I have just a few. I just wanted to clear up a few things. In the response to D.P.U-LU-13, there's reference to a report that will be submitted to the Massachusetts Historical Commission. Is anyone aware of that report? My question is basically, has that report been created yet?
Vivian, what's the current, I think you can give us the current status.
Sure. So yeah, that report is currently being finalized, and we anticipate that it'll be submitted in the next couple of weeks.
Okay, I would just like a copy of that report, if you don't mind. And I'll make that record request RR-DPU-
Oh, we lost you.
I'm sorry?
Say the record request number again, please.
The record request number is RR-DPU-3. And so just please produce a copy of that record, that report, excuse me, when it is available. And then
could I have the name of the report again, Mr.?
Yes, it's a report to the Massachusetts Historical Commission.
Thank you.
And so, and excuse me, I don't want to interrupt, but there may be portions of that report that aren't available to the public, so we'll make sure that we provide the information accordingly.
Let's see, this may be a conversation I need to have with counsel.
Yeah.
Ms. Cuthan or Ms. Blaine? Are you there, Ms. Cuthan or Ms. Blaine? Because the standard, yes, Ms. Cuthan, Mr. Van Lingen said I had just asked for a copy of the report that's going to the Massachusetts Historical Commission on archaeological sites. And Mr. Van Lingen just said that some of that report may not be available to the public. So if you want to if you did want to have not the entire report in the as part of the record, I would ask that you make a motion to that effect.
Yeah, this is somewhat different than other materials for which we seek confidential treatment, in that it sometimes identifies very sensitive sites that the Mass Historical Commission or other agencies don't want people to access because of the sensitivity of archaeological materials that could be there, and treasure hunters or whatever could see. And so, and I'm not sure that this is a decision, maybe our witnesses could help me out here, that the company can make in terms of providing this information, this report. I'm not sure. I think we can only provide a redacted copy. I don't think that we're permitted to provide the full report.
I think a redacted copy will be fine. I don't want to, if MHS believes that some of this information is too sensitive to be made to the available to the public, it's not, that's fine with me. So if you can only produce a redacted report, that would be fine.
In our response, we can identify, the reason that we were unable to produce it in a non-redacted version.
That would be very helpful. I appreciate that. Now, just one other question. There is one of the acronyms that's used in the response to DPU-LU-14-1. One of the acronyms is CMP. Could you explain for the record what exactly that stands for?
Go ahead, Vivian.
That stands for Conservation and Management Permit.
Thank you. I have no other questions.
Okay, I'm going to move on to questions on the topic of visual impacts. I suppose we should check if it's the same panel of witnesses that we can work with for visual impacts.
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Thank you.
You bet.
Do we need anyone from engineering?
I may have questions on structure configurations and structure types, if that helps.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Bodkin, for rejoining.
So,
Um,
so I have the idea who's on, the same ones who were in the last panel, plus Mr. Bodkin?
Yes, and maybe Ms. Akinfora will also be needed. It just depends on the questions.
Yeah. I already have Ms. Akinfora in the previous panel. She blended in to be part of it, so. Okay, so panel, this is panel, beginning of panel section 3.
Are you all set, Mr. Arsenal?
I am, thank you.
All right. So for the visual questions, I have a series of questions that are related to the structure cross sections that are provided as Appendix F, and also the table that was provided along with D.P.U-V-1, which shows the heights of the existing and the proposed structures and the structure types a lot for the project. So could the witnesses just let me know when you have that information accessible or ready?
I'm ready.
Okay. Oh, Mr. Bodkin, you might be a little quiet again.
I'm ready.
Okay, thank you.
What's going on here?
So after reviewing the attachment to V-1 and also the structure cross sections provided in Appendix F, I think there might be a few structure types that are listed in V-1 that are not also represented on the cross sections provided in Appendix F. So I guess I'll just list these one at a time. These are structure types that are stated on V-1, which I think are not represented on Appendix F. So the first one would be a 3-pole angle structure. I didn't see that as one of the proposed configurations for the new line in Appendix F. Could the company confirm whether that's correct?
Yes, that's correct. The cross sections in Appendix F would show the typical structures for the cross section. It wouldn't necessarily show every single type of structure. So, for example, the cross section, the first sheet shows the 2-pole tangent, which is the bulk of the structures in that section. When you get to angle points, there'll be 3 poles and a guide structure in order to turn the angle in the right of way.
I guess this will apply to kind of the whole series of questions, but I really like how the information is conveyed on these cross sections, where it kind of shows the range of typical heights next to the what's currently in the right of way. So I think where I'm headed is I'm wondering if it's possible to provide basically additional cross sections that show these a few exceptional structures that are not represented in Appendix F currently. Do you understand kind of where I'm headed with that, Mr. Bodkin?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, we could prepare those.
Okay. So I believe after reviewing V-1, the structures that are listed in V-1 that are not shown in Appendix F are 3-pole angle structures, 3-pole dead end structures, monopole dead end structures, monopole dead end transition structures, and monopole running angle structures. So I'll just issue this as a record request, but for each of those structure types that I just listed, I would like the company to prepare cross sections in the same format as were submitted in Appendix F. Is that record request clear to the witnesses?
Yes, I believe so.
Okay.
Okay, for the record, that would be record request RR-DPU-4.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. My next question also concerns Appendix F, while you still have that open, and specifically page 4 of Appendix F. I believe that the other pages, except for page 4, kind of show like a segment of the right-of-way. And I think page 4 pertains to just one structure. Is that correct?
Yes, that cross-section is specific to a certain angle point. And it shows the existing configuration of the structures in that area.
Okay. So the note on page 4 of Appendix F says this is near structure 115A. But when I look at V-1, the list of potential structures, I wonder if that should have read near structure 114A.
They're actually the same structure. When this right-of-way was relocated, there was a glitch in the numbering system, so we have different records that refer to that structure.
Okay.
So 114A, 115A, it's the same angle point near Pogview Road.
Gotcha. So
Road. What road?
Bog View Road.
So the proposed structure shown on page 4 of Appendix F, is that the same as proposed structure number 44, which is has a proposed height of 107 feet?
Yes.
Okay. And can you explain why the company prepared a cross section for just this single angle point along the project?
There was a particular design issue we had to address here because the right-of-way, part of the right-of-way between Brook Street and Bogview Road was relocated a number of years ago for a private developer. And at the intersecting point, things didn't quite line up. So we wound up with a situation where we wanted to put the new structure on the exact bisector of the angle. The existing structures are not exactly on the bisector, so the clearance was impacted. So we kind of showed that to illustrate that there's a special situation here.
Okay. I'm not sure I totally followed that that response, or I don't think if I read the transcript in the future I would understand it. So if you could go back to Appendix E, which is the map book, and using one of the pages in the map book, if you could give me that same explanation again.
Sure, 1 second.
Yep.
Okay, so page 11 of Appendix E shows the area we're discussing, shows the angle point. On this plan, it shows the existing angle structure is 114A. The proposed structure is 44. So you can even see from looking at that plan, if you drew a line straight across the angle, you can see those structures are not on the bisector of the right-of-way. They're a little bit shifted off. And because of that, when we brought the new line up to that point, the clearance was impacted. We didn't have quite enough clearance. So the proposal there was to rebuild structure 114A and the 117 line and bring it back to the proper.
All right, slow it down.
Sorry.
Slow it down. So the proposal was
The proposal was to rebuild the existing structure 114A and shift it further to the left as you look at the plan to put it on the true bisector so the clearances line up with the design criteria.
Okay. And so that's the reason that you provided a cross section for this one location specifically?
Yes.
Okay. And I've also noted that, this particular structure, proposed structure number 44 is relatively tall. I think it's one of the tallest structures proposed for the whole project. Is that correct?
1 second, let me pull the list back up here. That is correct. That's one of the tallest, if not the tallest.
Okay. Can you elaborate a little bit as to why this particular structure is proposed to be quite as high as it is?
It's probably due to the span lengths, again, referring to page 11 of Appendix E. You can see the distance between, well, back up a little bit. When we designed the new line, the proposal was to line up with the existing structures. So we have a span from 44 up to 45, which is relatively long, and the crossings from 43 to 44 are also relatively long. And I believe there's also a distribution crossing in the area that we have to clear.
A distribution crossing, would that be perpendicular to the right of way, or or does it follow within the right of way there?
I'm going from memory, but I believe it's perpendicular.
Okay. And you mentioned that one of the design objectives was to kind of co-locate the new structures near or in line with existing structures. Is that correct?
Yes, that's to minimize impact on the right of way. So essentially the structure sites are all one work area rather than spreading them over the length of the right of way.
Okay. And maybe one of your colleagues could help you with this question, but do you know if lining the structures up so that they're more or less grouped together has an impact on the overall aesthetics, or how the right of way might be viewed from adjacent landowners?
It would give the similar perspective where they line up. Basically, they're looking at one structure area rather than having them offset by 40 or 50 feet.
And in the company's experience, is lining up structures kind of one after another, is that sort of a preferable to surrounding landowners versus having structures staggered from a visual standpoint, from how the right of way looks from abutting landowners?
That's kind of the way the company has approached it over the years. I can't really say if landowners have ever weighed in one way or the other. There was a question posed on this project where we actually did not have the structures lined up very well because I think there was an access road there, and they requested us to shift the structures so they did line up. That was structure number 4, and I don't recall the IR. I think it was, I can look it up if you want.
Let's hold that thought, because I want to be sure we're done with structure 44 before changing topics, but
Okay.
I think we're headed to that spot. So so I haven't had the benefit of visiting this residential development that's sort of in the vicinity of structure 44, but from the aerial photographs submitted with the petition, it looks like a fairly open location. So I guess could the witnesses characterize the views of the right of way from this kind of residential development in the vicinity of maybe structures 42 to 45 on page 11. And any of the witnesses could respond to that question. I'm interested in sort of the visual character of the right-of-way from those houses.
Dave, would you like to help out with that one, or?
Sure, I can help with that. Yep. So 40, let me break it up a little bit smaller. So if you can, on sheet 11 of 15, 42 and 43, those structures for the proposed line there's actually as it shows, there's a cranberry bog that would sit behind those houses. The right of way is behind the houses, and then the bog is, we basically pass through the bog for that. So those the view from the front of those houses is just towards other residential houses, and the back of it is the transmission line and the cranberry bog. So there is some thin border of vegetation screening them from the transmission line. And again, it's out from the back view of their houses.
And those are the houses along Bogview Drive, basically, that you're describing?
Yes. Yes. Yeah.
So I just want to be sure I understand your testimony in reference to the maps. But so you're saying there's a thin amount of existing vegetation sort of along the I guess that's the western edge of those properties on Bogview Drive, between those properties and the right of way?
That's correct. Yes.
Okay. You can proceed. I just wanted to make sure I was on the same page with you.
Sure. And then as we get closer to Smith Fuller Way, in structures 44 and 44, 45, 46, on the eastern side of the right of way, that whole area from the right of way headed east towards Fountain Knoll is actually in a conservation restriction. So that is all wooded and will stay wooded. Up until you get to on Fountain Knoll, you can see some of the houses that are there in the kind of the lower right-hand corner of the aerial view.
Okay, so the area from structure 46 south, that darker shaded wooded area, that's conservation land?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And then if we proceed to the west of the right of way, and continue from structure from the intersection of Smith Fuller Way up the Bogview Road.
Mm-hmm.
Again, so those houses, there is a thin layer of vegetation that separates the back of those houses from the right of way.
Okay. Would you say that the right of way is sort of broadly visible from properties that are located on Bogview Way and Smith Fuller Way?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I would. Yep.
And this might be a better question for Mr. Bodkin, but since the houses have a pretty open view of the right of way in this area, did the company evaluate whether the existing proposed structure 44 is that the absolute lowest height that the line could be safely engineered with?
Excuse me, for the existing structure locations and the spans proposed, yes. In order to shorten the height, we'd have to install, excuse me, some intermediate structures.
Okay, and is it possible to use any different structure configurations for position number 44? From the cross sections, it looks like the, sort of the three monopole transition structures might be a little bit shorter, or is sort of the tall monopole the only thing that could accommodate the new line at that angle point?
That was the only design that would fit in the existing space and meet our clearance requirements to the parallel lines and to the right-of-way sideline and vegetation.
Okay, and would adding intermediate structures also have its a separate set of visual impacts for the homeowners along that stretch of right of way in the company's opinion?
I think it would depend on the viewpoint. The structures would be shorter, but there would be more of them. So it depends on what area of right of way you'd be looking at, what angle.
Okay, and would it increase the project cost to add intermediate structures in order to lower the height of that structure number 44?
There would be some increase in costs, although some of the existing structures would be shorter. You'd be adding more poles. You'd have more excavation costs at all the different sites and possibly more access requirements.
I think I'm all set on that topic around structure 44 for now. I might revisit it after a break later today.
Mr. Hazel, I have a follow-up question that might be easiest to do right now.
Yep, please.
I think this question's for Mr. Hallowell as well. If you would refer, I'm actually looking at attachment B to the petition, which shows, I think, the same area as you were talking about on page 11 of 15. I'll wait while you get that.
The USGS figure? Is that what you're referring to?
Attachment B, it's the same series of 15 pages, and this is the page for the Bogview Road area.
Okay. Yes, I have it.
You have that? I don't know if the same thing shows on the figure you were looking at, but if you look around Bogview Road under, which I guess is east of the line in that area, and also around Crimson Harvest Drive, do you see the contour lines that are indicated? I think those are contour lines.
Yes, you're correct. They are.
And they're showing there's these, tiny little hillocks, it looks like, going from 110 feet up to 140 feet in that area. Very, very tight bunch of contours. Do you see what I see?
Yes, I do.
From your trips there, do you know if that represents the current contours there, or is that something that was pre-construction of those houses where they were just moving a lot of dirt piles around?
I would have to say that the sort of those smaller, more confined contours are probably piles from during construction. I mean, it's relatively level now where all the houses are. There is some pretty significant changes in elevation as you go, particularly from structure 44 to 45. We do probably go up about 20 feet in elevation, but it's more gradual than the piles that are shown, if you will.
And that's shown as a wooded area, and there's a steep bit, but it's not as complicated a topography as it shows over Bogview, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And so I was just wondering if that had any relevance to visual sightings, but you think those were temporary piles of earth or gravel or whatever during the development of the area?
Yes, I think they probably were. As I said, it's all a residential neighborhood now. It's pretty well built out, although relatively new. So I think the contours were probably piles from during construction.
Great. Same question on the west side along Bogview Road, sort of to the top of the plan. There it sort of looks like a kind of intermediate level of detail, or the contour lines showing slightly bigger hills, but do you know if that's natural and if those are still there around those houses?
I would probably say not to the same level. It does climb in elevation as you go sort of northwest towards the end of Bogview Road. But I would say with the construction of the subdivision of the kind of smaller, more confined contours and piles are not as dramatic or anymore.
Okay, so there's not really likely to be any topographic blocking of views in that neighborhood, is that right?
No.
Sorry, I asked the question in the negative.
No, I don't believe there would be any piles or significant topography that would block the view of the right of way.
Thank you, Mr. Hallowell.
You're welcome.
Just to clarify for the record, if I might, I thought Mr. Young referred to attachment B, but I think the correct reference perhaps is Appendix E to the petition, the plan set.
I see, you're correct. There's an overprint on it that I was focusing on, but Appendix E, page 11 and 15 is the correct reference.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Young. I wanted to revisit the structure number 4. Mr. Bodkin brought that up a moment ago, and I know the company gave an answer to this concern in response to information request DPU-V-4, but I just wanted to follow up on the possibility of shifting structure number 4, and with reference to the appropriate page from Appendix E, I'd like the company to kind of walk me through. I think the result was that it was not possible to shift structure 4 without some additional consequences. So could the company just walk me through that explanation in reference to page 2 of Appendix E?
Sure. So in DPU V-4 asks us to look at the possibility of shifting structure 4 northerly, or not northerly, but to the right, so it lined up with the existing structure 4 on the existing line. And I think the intent of that was to minimize visual effects of some people in the area. So our response was that structure 4 could be shifted northerly. The only issue there, which is relatively minor, is there's an existing access road in the area, which is, I believe, why it wasn't lined up to begin with, but where that area is going to be have construction impact, and relocation, rebuilding of the access road, which is essentially a gravel road, would not be an issue. It was the request for structure 5 that we proposed leaving it where it was because of the terrain in the area.
So if structure 4 was moved to the right as it's shown on the plan, would you also need to move the location of structure 5?
No, structure 5 could remain where it was, where it is.
Okay. And would there be any cost associated with, well, I assume there'd be some cost associated with reconstructing the gravel access road. Could you confirm whether, can you confirm whether there would be some cost to relocating the access road? And if so, do you have any way of estimating what that cost would be?
I think the cost will be relatively minor. As I said, the area is going to be impacted with construction of a work pad and excavating for the structure. So that would just be probably installing some stone or gravel in a new location.
If I asked that question in the form of a record request, could you provide a more precise cost estimate than relatively little? I appreciate you can't do that from the hearing room, but maybe if you reconvene with your colleagues, you could prepare a number.
Sure, we could do that.
Okay, so I would like to ask a record request that the company provide a cost estimate for the relocation of structure number 4 to the right as it appears on the plan set, and that cost estimate should include the cost of relocating the gravel access road and any other costs which we may have not identified today.
Okay, for the record, that will be record request RR-DPU-5.
I have a few more visual questions that are sort of more general in nature. So I was reviewing the structure cross sections in Appendix F and also in response to V-1. And I'd like the company to say whether they agree with my characterization, with the following characterization, that the structure heights between the Carver substation and the Brook Street substation would be approximately the same height as the existing structures and in the center of the right-of-way. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And between the Brook Street substation and the Kingston substation, it kind of switches, and the new structures are generally taller than the existing, and then they're on the eastern edge of the right-of-way instead of the center. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I'd like the witnesses to elaborate as to why, for the southern portion of the project, we have a configuration where it's the same height and in the center of the right-of-way, and then north of Brook Street, it changes to a configuration where things are generally taller and also on the edge of the right-of-way.
Okay, I'll try. So from Carver to Brook Street, the existing line 116 is installed on monopole structures with the conductors in vertical configuration, which tends to make the structures taller. In that section of right-of-way, although at the same width as the other section, we have more available space because the 116 line is off to the right of the right-of-way. So the H-frame structures, we had room for H-frame structures in part of that because there is no distribution line, so they're shorter from the Carver substation up to the Spring Street crossing.
Okay, and then go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, at the Spring Street crossing, the distribution enters the right-of-way, and we have less space. So those structures for the proposed line are also monopole structures in vertical configuration. And they are a little bit shorter than the existing line. Not sure I can explain exactly why. They are a few feet shorter. As you move north past Brook Street, the right-of-way width remains the same, but the configuration changes because you still have a distribution line on the left-hand side of the right-of-way. You have the 117 line in the center, which is on two-pole H-frame structures for the most part, which occupies more of the right-of-way. That gives us less space to build a proposed line. So in that area, we also use monopole structures with vertical conductor configuration. Although they might be similar in height to the structure, the monopole structures between Spring Street and Brook Street, they are significantly taller than the 117 line because, as I said, the existing line 117 is H-frame construction, which can utilize shorter poles because the conductors are parallel to each other rather than stacked on top of each other.
Okay, so once we go basically north of Brook Street substation, the reason that the lines are on taller structures, I just want to be sure I understand you correctly, are because the existing line 117 is in the center of the right of way, and the line 117 uses sort of H-frame structures, which leaves less space for the new line. Am I understanding it correctly?
That's correct.
Okay, so can you explain a little bit more about why the clearance requirements result in taller structures? You know, maybe with reference to, I understand there's rules for line sag and line blowout. I'm not totally familiar with how all of those requirements interact with each other and result in a taller structure, but I'd like to understand that a little bit more.
So in the process of designing the proposed project, we needed to figure out what space was available to install it or construct it. So from the sideline, we keep typically 30 to 35 feet between the conductors and the, and the edge of the right-of-way, and that's for clearance to vegetation. We also have to keep clearance between the existing line and the proposed line, as you pointed out, because of blowout considerations, because the conductors blow in the wind and would approach the other lines. And we also need to keep space between the existing conductor and the proposed conductors for maintenance. So if crews are working in there, they have enough room to set up their equipment, set up their bucket trucks, and not come too close to the existing line. So when you combine all that, the only way we could build a proposed line was in vertical construction.
Okay, gotcha. That helps provide a more thorough explanation of why the structures are taller. I think the last let's see, one second. Okay, that's the balance of my questions on visual impacts. If my colleagues have any additional questions or follow-up, I think now would be a good time. Seeing none, I can move on to the next topic, which is just a few short questions on the noise impacts. So if the different witnesses need to be impaneled for the noise, let me know.
I think we should be all set with the panel.
Okay. Okay, so in response to information request DPU-NO-5, the company indicated that typical sound levels associated with cable pulling would be between 70 and 94 A-weighted decibels. is that, I'd like the witnesses to clarify whether that those sound levels are what would be experienced at a distance of 50 feet. Oh, I see Miss Blaine has her hand raised. Is there something you'd like to address?
No, sorry, that was a mistake.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so N05 provides sound levels, and I'd like to know if those sound levels are at a sort of a reference distance of 50 feet.
Vivian, would you like to?
Sure. Yes, they are.
Okay. Information request NO-7 provides a general description of the ambient noise levels near the highway and away from the highway. And I'd like to understand sort of what the basis for those noise levels were, whether that was just sort of the company's, experience from constructing projects in a number of areas, or whether that's based on a technical document or just in industry best practices or something along those lines.
You're asking about the ambient levels?
That's correct. Yeah.
Yep. So no, sound study was done for this area. So those are based on the land uses that are present in those areas, and based on their sort of typical sound levels for residential areas versus near a highway.
I got you. Go ahead, John.
Yeah, Ms. Kimball, are those from a particular source? Are those for Massachusetts, or are those, would you say those are more based on your company's experience over the years and you put them together more subjectively?
They are from a particular source. I don't have it at hand.
If we asked you a record request, could you look up what that source is?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to issue a record request that in which the company would specify the source materials for the sound levels referenced in NO-7.
All right, and that for the record will be record request RR-DPU-6.
That's all the questions I have on noise impacts. If any of my colleagues have follow-up questions, feel free. Otherwise, I can move on. Okay, seeing Mr. Shea, what time are we going to break for lunch?
I'm glad you mentioned that, Mr. Hazel. It's we're going to break at 1. It's now about 10 minutes before 1. I don't know if it'd be appropriate to take a break now before you start on a new subject, or if you'd like to ask your first question.
No, is it all right if we break for lunch now? And
it's fine with me.
Okay.
Ms. Cuthan, Ms. Blaine, do you have any objection to breaking for lunch at this time?
No, we do not.
Okay, so why don't we break for lunch? It's 10:01, and yes, it's 10:01, and we'll see you all back here at 10 minutes before 2. All right, thanks. So we'll all get off our the sound and the audio during that hour-long break. Thank you.
Off the record, before we get started, are we going to be continuing with panel 3, or are we going to have another panel?
Will be the same panel.
Probably the same pan. I have a follow-up question on visual
Okay,
impacts.
Do we want to go back on the record yet? Wondering, Ms. Cuthin, are there enough people, the witnesses? I see that like Mr. Hallowell, Mr. Van Ligen, Mr. Bodkin. A lot of people are not here. Who comprises the present panel?
I have last names Lingen, Hallowell, Johnson, Kimball, Akinfora, and Bodkin.
Okay, I think they're all on the line except for Mr. Bodkin. There he is. Okay, so the panel that was constituted has now been reconstituted. Why don't we go back on the record?
Thank you, Mr. Shea. I do have a follow-up question on visual impacts related to structure number 44 that we were talking about earlier today. And I think this is the sort of a multi-part question that the company would benefit from having a little bit more time to respond to. So I'll assume it'll be a record request, and if you're able to answer it today, that'd be great, but I'm not expecting you to. So earlier, Mr. Bodkin testified that one way to lower the height of structure 44 would be to use intermediate structures. So I'd like the company to prepare an analysis of what I'll call a design variation that would describe the use of intermediate structures and whether that could, result in lower structures used to carry the wires through that residential neighborhood. As part of that design variation analysis, I would like to have a map that shows, the hypothetical locations of intermediate structures. A description of the heights of structures that would be used in the design variation, and a cost estimate of what it would take to implement the design variation, if that's possible, and then finally a description of the visual impacts of using shorter structures but having additional structures as compared to the current design, which has one very tall structure at number 44. So sort of a multi-part question there. Do the witnesses understand the record request?
I think I understand the intent. Could you just clarify the extent of the area you want this done for?
Yes. So I'm interested in a design variation that would result in a lower height for structure 44. So if that involves only intermediate structures between 43 and 45, that's fine. If such a design variation would require, relocating structures 43 and 45, that's okay. But, I don't expect the company to, redesign the entire right of way or anything like that. Does that answer your question, Mr. Bodkin?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and for the record, that will be record request RR-DPU-7.
Okay. The next topic I have questions prepared for is related to traffic impacts during construction. May we proceed with the same panel of witnesses?
Yes, please.
Okay, good. So the company's response to DPU-T-1 indicates that crossing Brook Street may require a temporary road closure. I'd like the company to describe the timing, duration, and if it's known, what kind of detour would be implemented to achieve a road closure for Brook Street.
So I would need to defer to Ally Klein as to the duration. I apologize. Could you repeat the rest of the question?
Sure. There's a multi-part question. So the first aspect is the timing of a road closure. So I guess that would be sort of like what time of days, what time of the day would a road closure be implemented for?
Sure. So, and I believe we addressed this at least briefly in T1. So any closure would take place during off-peak hours. So we would probably avoid, the morning rush hour and the evening rush hour.
And would you avoid those by constructing, or undertaking construction at night or sort of in the middle portion of the day?
I don't know if Ally, you want to jump in there. I would assume that if possible, this would need to be coordinated with the towns, certainly, but if possible, it would be in the middle of the day.
Yeah, that was going to be I apologize, going to be my response as well. I think we'd want to coordinate that with the municipalities, both with the towns of Plimpton and Kingston. As far as the duration of the closure, we would expect the Brook Street work to be, as a conservative estimate, to be about 10 to 15 days. At this point, we probably want to have discussions with our civil contractor to their means and methods. I don't know if we would need to have the road closed, for that full duration of work at this time.
And has the contractor assessed whether they could complete the Brook Street crossing by, just a single lane closure as opposed to closing the entire road?
So we have yet to bring on our civil contractor. Typically, we would not do that until we've received approval from the board for the project. Excuse me. So we have not had those discussions at this time.
Just based on your experience doing a similar underground crossings, do you think it would be possible to, keep at least one lane of traffic open for constructing the Brook Street crossing?
Depending on the phasing of the work, it could be possible. The PVC that we'll be installing come in sticks of about 40 feet, and the crossing we're looking at is about an 85, foot kind of angled crossing across the roadway. So depending on, where the joints hit, we might need to have more of the roadway open at that time than would allow us to keep one lane open, but would really depend just on where those joints hit and the phasing of the work. Okay, and you mentioned that the civil contractor, it might ultimately be specified in their means and methods, whether, how they complete that roadway crossing. But if the company did work in the center portion of the day, could you say approximately what hours of the day that would constitute to avoid the morning and evening rushes? I'm not sure if we've assessed that at this time. I don't know if Liz or Vivian, you might have a better idea just as far as when we would be able to avoid the morning rush or the evening rush.
I don't have that information. I don't know if Liz, you have
I don't have anything specifically, and it would certainly be something we'd coordinate with the town as the time got closer. I would anticipate it would be something, probably after 9 a.m. and before 3 p.m., just the typical rush hour windows. But it'd be something we'd have to coordinate with the town just to make sure that those are the appropriate windows for that stretch of road as well.
Okay. And if the road was fully closed and a detour was needed, has the company assessed, what a potential detour route would look like?
I don't believe we've assessed that at this time. Typically, we would be more final in our design before we move forward with any kind of traffic management plans.
Okay. And I think it's mentioned elsewhere in the record that, traffic management plans would be developed for this project, or at least for specific portions of it. Are traffic management plans typically developed, in association with a specific permit that the company needs to secure for, say, a roadway crossing or something like that?
I don't know, Liz, do you have any feedback on that item?
So our traffic management plans would be filed with, for instance, the Mass DOT aerial crossing permit. That would be included as part of that package. And typically the traffic management plans would cover appropriate detours if required, as well as signage for public safety in and around various work zones and access and things of that nature.
That makes sense. So let me back up one step. To complete the Brook Street crossing, would the company need, well, I suppose you'd have to get a grant of location from the town of Plimpton, I believe, for that crossing. Is that correct?
Yeah, it's actually, it's pretty close to, this is John Parent, by the way. It's pretty close to Kingston as well. But yes, we would need to get a grant of location. And I'm sure in this case, we would need a traffic management plan. And I'm sure our goal would be to, if at all possible, keep one lane open. But if not, then we would have to have a contingency that provided for a detour to go around that temporary shutdown of the road.
Okay. And
but it would be part of the grant of location. Sorry.
Gotcha. So a traffic management plan would be submitted along with the grant of location, or as at some point in that approval process.
Yeah, especially in this location, being that we're underground and impacting traffic versus overhead. You know what I mean?
Yeah. In some cases, especially with underground lines, the company petitioners will often also get a street opening permit along with a grant of location. Is that something that's under consideration for this Brook Street crossing?
Yes.
And would the street opening permit also come from the Board of Selectmen, or would that approval be from a different department within the town of Plimpton?
I guess I don't know the answer for sure for the town of Plimpton. I would assume it's from the highway department.
All right. I'll just go ahead and ask a record request that the company verify which department from the town of Plimpton would authorize a street opening permit. And also just describe generally what a street opening permit is and why the company needs to get one.
Okay, that'll be record request RR-DPU-8.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Is that question clear to the witnesses? Okay.
Mr. Hazel?
Please go ahead.
I just wanted to check that the company's looked at what possible detour routes there would be for this location. Is it true that it's a long way around in this part of the state, 5 or 6 miles to get to do a detour of this location? Have Has the company looked at that, at what the route might be?
I
It
don't
is a-
believe, sorry, go ahead, John.
It is a long way around, yes, but we haven't evaluated it in depth, no. But it is a long way around, that is correct.
And can that be a factor in the company's design for how to go across a road? I would think normally you'd want to go just in one full swoop and just stop traffic for a day to get the job done. But if the detour is longer, is that part of your design thought process of how to cross the street?
That would be assessed with our civil contractor once we brought them on board. At this time, we haven't finalized the design and brought on that civil contractor to have that discussion. I do think, knowing that the road is a narrow road and that we would have to cross it most likely to bring the conduit, fully across, at least for, a certain number of days, that we would, try to have those discussions to try to expedite that work as much as possible.
But when you're talking to the civil contractor, does the length of the detour have any bearing on that discussion?
I think, since this is the only location, on our route where we are going underground, we can have that discussion, knowing that there is a very long detour that will be anticipated, for this location. Typically, for a project that's completely underground, we would be, trying to minimize any, complete road closures wherever possible. And that, will be also, under our consideration here.
Oh, thank you.
And I just want to confirm that I understood the testimony correctly. Would the company would submit a traffic management plan along with the grant of location application to Plimpton?
Yes, for Brook Street, and the other ones will be on a case-by-case basis based on what the town needs.
Okay.
For Brook Street.
And I think one of the witnesses also indicated that the company would try and also coordinate with the town of Kingston for the Brook Street closure. And that's maybe because the town line is quite close to where the line crosses Brook Street. Did I hear the witnesses correctly?
Yes.
Since Plimpton would be the actual town approving a TMP, how would the company approach bringing Kingston into those discussions?
I could take that if you want. We would definitely have to talk to Kingston, because if there was, well, for two reasons. One, if there was a detour, it would start in Kingston. So it's definitely going to impact their roadways. And and two, it impacts their, Brook Street going through Kingston. So we would have to rope Kingston into that discussion. Is there a permitting process that goes with that? I'm not sure. We are close. It's not a road opening permit from Kingston, but it definitely requires coordination with Kingston.
Okay, I think that answers my question. That covers my questions for the Brook Street crossing. Next couple questions are related to the Route 44 crossing. And I think that permitting process is either ongoing or will proceed with MassDOT. Is that correct?
That, excuse me, that will proceed with MassDOT. It is not ongoing.
Okay. I guess that answers my first question, which was describe the status of the permitting with MassDOT. So the company intends to submit its permit perhaps after the department issues an order on this case. Is that correct?
Correct. The company may decide to proceed maybe a couple months before anticipation of a permit, depending on, because sometimes it takes a little while to get through the permitting process with MassDOT. And but that'll be a project management decision. But at some point, we will be submitting with MassDOT to obtain a crossing permit to cross 44.
Okay. And I think earlier, Mr. Perrin, you indicated that a traffic management plan would be submitted as part of your MassDOT permitting. Can you describe the details or items that are normally included in a aerial crossing traffic management plan?
Sure. So with the traffic management plan for Route 44 or any state highway, the state does not allow pulling wires across live traffic. So we will be required to stop traffic. So there'll be an extensive traffic management plan with the appropriate messaging and traffic control devices in order to be able to stop traffic. We will likely only be allowed to stop traffic for 5-minute intervals, and then we'll have to, let traffic go again and maybe loop around and stop traffic again in order to, do another 5 minutes worth of pulling. These are the conditions that we expect to receive from the Mass DOT permit.
So I guess in my mind's eye, I was picturing the wire stringing as something that once it's started, has to be done continuously until it's finished. But it sounds like if it's starting and stopping for 5-minute increments, can you explain a little bit more about how that works, starting and stopping wire stringing?
I can't touch on the starting and stopping of wire stringing. That's not my area, but I do want to clarify one thing. What we have experienced relative to the starting and stopping is once the splice where the pulling wire is connected to the conductor is a couple of structures beyond the road, then we have been allowed to pull wire continuously after that. Depends on Mass DOT, but we have experienced that. As far as the starting and stopping goes, that's I don't know. Is that Liz? Maybe.
Before Ms. Johnson weighs in, I think I was mixed up and conflating two terms. There's stringing and pulling. Are those different phases of installing the conductors on the structures?
I'll defer that to you, Liz, as well.
Yeah, I might ask if Jim Bodkin's available to help out answer that one.
Okay.
Mr. Bodkin?
I'm here. I'm just undoing my icons here, but yes. So did you want me to talk about the stringing versus pulling, or?
Yes, please.
I think they're basically the same thing. I think I've heard those terms apply to the wire installation process, whether you're stringing the wire along the structures or pulling it through the structures. I think they're basically mean the same thing.
Okay. So Mr. Bodkin, maybe, or Ms. Johnson, maybe one of you can help me understand how, once the wire pulling is started, how it can be basically how can it be completed in 5-minute increments, to allow traffic to start and stop on Route 44?
Did you want me to answer that one?
Either.
Sure. Okay. So when they say the pulling process is continuous, I think when they start in the morning, you want to keep going and get it done during the day and not let it sit for any long amount of time. You might be able to refer to what is semi-continuous because as you're approaching a highway crossing like we're discussing here, you would get the swivel up to a certain point and then make sure traffic has been stopped by the officers in charge before you continue to pull. I mean, ideally, it would be one continuous process, but sometimes the things don't line up. So it is possible to stop the pull. There's communication between both ends of the construction sites. Excuse me. So when they're stopping the pull, the people at the puller will let the people at the other end know as soon as they stop pulling the wire, they'll apply brakes to the reel so everything can be stopped and everything will stay about where it is at the same elevation. And then when they've got the approval to restart the pull, they'll do the opposite process. They'll release the brakes and start pulling the wire to finish.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand MassDOT's concern, and I'm not questioning MassDOT's concern. I'm sure it's appropriate, but it sounds like MassDOT doesn't want the wire to be actively being pulled across the highway while traffic is going on underneath it, but maybe they're okay with the wire being at sort of a intermediate position. Well, having it paused in an intermediate position while traffic does go beneath it on Route 44. Do you understand the distinction I'm trying to make?
Yeah, the ones I've been involved in, the concern is what we call the swivel, where there's a connecting point between the pulling line and the conductor itself, because that could be a point of failure. And if it fails, the wire will drop. So if it's right over the highway when there's traffic moving, that could be a safety concern. We do put barriers at the highway to catch the wire if it falls. So if that swivel is 2 or 3 spans away, those barriers can protect the wire because the wire will tend to drop in the longer spans, and that will give the officers in charge time to assess the situation and see if traffic needs to be stopped. So it's while that swivel is, say, 2 or 3 spans away on one side, they'll stop the traffic, they'll pull across the highway. Once it's clear the highway and it's 2 or 3 spans on the other side, then traffic flow can resume.
Okay, and I just want to be sure I understand what the swivel is. That's how the swivel is what attaches the pulling wire to the actual conductor.
Yes.
I think I understand that to be sort of like a finger trap, where it tightens itself around the wire, the actual conductor.
Yeah, there are grips on the pulling line and the conductor, and the swivel is what the name implies because the wire can twist and move as it's going through, so that will give it freedom of movement.
Okay. That does help me understand the wire stringing process across the highway. Thanks for the clarification there.
You're welcome.
Mr. Botkin or anyone, is the issue with starting and stopping? Is that something like if you're on for anybody that's a downhill skier, is that when the chairlift stops suddenly and everybody's bouncing up and down on their chairs because the tension has changed?
It's not so much bouncing, but you have to have, excuse me, good communication between the ends, because if the pulling equipment stops and the brakes aren't applied to the reel, then the wire will continue to pay out and drop lower, and that can create a safety concern. So they need to apply the brakes. And vice versa, if somebody puts the brakes on while you're still pulling, that will pull it up way too tight and can cause damage to some of the structures. So that's why they prefer not to start and stop, because it's critical that communication be carried out exactly. So it's preferred to do it continuously, but as I said, sometimes with highway crossings, they have to do that. And there might be other safety concerns that they see during the pull that they might have to stop.
If Mass Highway is only giving you 5 minutes, how far can you pull the swivel at your normal pace before you have to stop and let some more cars go through?
It's difficult to say. I'd say we need more than 5 minutes, possibly 10 minutes, but it will take a while to get the pull going again and pull through the spans, but they can pull probably a minute or 2 for each span, for example.
Does anyone know how the state police would stop the traffic there? Would it just be stopping at the point, or would they do a rolling stop like they do on the pike sometimes, or
so.
Stop at an intersection? Or do you know how they would do that?
They would typically do a rolling roadblock. So the state police will come out and they'll line up along the road and they slowly slow down. They'll stop traffic that way.
And this Route 44, is this the part this isn't the part that's limited access, right? So there's very
It
few
is.
there's very few exits on it. In this
Correct.
one. And so that actually makes the rolling stop work better
Yes,
or easier anyway.
yes. It's the ideal way to do it.
Thank you.
I have a final question on traffic impacts and related to the MBTA commuter rail crossing. I'd like the company to provide an update as to where the project stands with respect to the Kingston line crossing at the end of the project.
Okay, this is John Perrin again. So the company has an easement across the railroad MBT. We call it the MBTA, but New York, New Haven, Hartford, I think. Regardless, the easement requires engineer approval prior to installation of a new line. And so we will be submitting to the MBTA, going through their normal process to get approval for this new crossing. We have not submitted to the MBTA yet, pending this, pending the project approval.
I think one of the information request responses indicated that the company doesn't believe that it would impact, previously scheduled trips on the commuter rail line. Is that still the case?
Yes, we would, both structures, the structures on either side of the MBTA are outside of the right of way. And so I guess you'd say the only place we intersect with the MBTA is where we have our aerial crossing. And we'll time our aerial crossing according to the MBTA's requirements, which I'm sure will make us pull wire when they don't have a train coming.
I was going to ask, or I'd like to ask what the company's basis was for stating that, you don't think there would be any service disruptions for that wire stringing. Have you confirmed that with the T or with Keolis that it's indeed possible to complete the wire stringing between trips on the commuter rail line?
No, we have not started that process. So I guess the answer to that is no, we have not confirmed with the MBTA.
Okay, so it's just sort of the company's, maybe your company's experience with similar projects in the past that you believe no service disruptions would be required for the railroad crossing?
Yes.
Okay. Do any of my colleagues have any questions on traffic or roadway crossings before I move on? No, seeing none. Next group of questions is related to hazardous waste and/or contaminated soil. I think that's the same group of witnesses, so I'll proceed unless I see somebody flagging me down. The company's response to DPU-HW-2 indicates that in the event that hazardous materials are encountered during construction, companies would follow the appropriate response and notification procedures. I'd like the witnesses to elaborate on what those response and notification procedures would be.
So I guess it would depend on the nature of the spill. The company has a spill response plan for it's primarily geared towards its equipment that it owns, and so those are pretty clear procedures. The reason we left the response sort of open-ended is if we encounter, for some reason or another, hazardous materials that were not generated by the company, that were associated with some sort of existing or previous land use along the right of way. In that case, the Mass DEP has very clear requirements for dealing with encountering not being the source of the material during within a right of way.
Okay, I have a follow-up question on those procedures, I think, but while we're still on the topic of response notification procedures, sometimes the company, either commits or states that they would have a licensed site professional sort of on call in the event that there was a spill or in the event that previously unidentified hazardous materials are encountered by the project. Would that be the case for this project?
Yes, the company has on-call support for licensed site professional and cleanup under any circumstance, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
And is that basically an outside contractor to the company, or does the company have licensed site professionals in-house?
We do have people in-house that do hold their licensed site professional license. Sorry, but for the most part, we do retain exterior consultants for that.
Thank you, Mr. Van Lingen. And maybe just for the record, I got a little ahead of myself, but could you explain what a licensed site professional is and sort of like what's the purpose of having an LSP?
Sure. A licensed site professional is a person that is passed the licensing process through the Mass DEP to oversee cleanups under 310 CMR 40, the Massachusetts Contingency Plan. So they have the necessary education and experience to properly assess the risks and make a determination on whether or not they believe the site has achieved cleanup standards, or at the beginning end of the process for the reporting of spills.
Thank you for clarifying. The second question I had, something you maybe started talking about a minute ago, was the specific rules and regulations that apply to the situation where the company sort of encounters previously unidentified hazardous materials, perhaps that were not a result of a spill.
I'm sorry, what's the question?
I think
what's the regulations?
Yes. What are the regulations? Just provide me a description of those.
So that would be the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, 310 CMR 40. And so that the regulatory authority of that is under Chapter 21 of the I'm drawing a blank.
That's all right.
It's the Oil Response Prevention, or I'm sorry, the Oil and Hazardous Material Release Prevention and Response Act.
Okay, thank you. I think in a response to HW-2, the company references utility-related abatement measures, sometimes referred to as the URAM provisions. Can you describe to me what the URAM provisions are for and how they would be used in the context of this project?
Sure. First, I just want to be clear. I'm not a licensed site professional, and the specifics of the Massachusetts Contingency Plan are pretty complex. So I'm going to try to generalize for the most part.
Perfect.
But the URAM is my understanding that is geared towards instances where utility companies are crossing through areas where they're not the owner. So it's and they're also not the originator of the material. And so there are different provisions in the MCP that dictate how that's managed. And that's as far as I'm comfortable going in terms of what the URAM requirements are.
Okay. I think I'll just ask a record request
Sure.
to the company, then you can have a little bit more time to you gather your thoughts on an answer. So my record request is for the company to explain the purpose and scope of the URAM provisions of the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, and also explain how the URAM regulations allow the company to manage contaminated soil in a manner that is different from what is normally required by the MCP. For example, if the company was the originator of the spill, as opposed to encountering materials that the company did not, hazardous materials that the company is not responsible for themselves. Is that a clear question?
It is, yes.
Okay, perfect. I think that's all for my hazardous waste. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Shea.
Pardon me, just for the record, that's record request RR-DPU-9. Thank you.
Those are all the questions I have on hazardous waste, contaminated materials. So if any of my colleagues have follow-up questions, go ahead. Otherwise, I'll move on to water and wetlands. Seeing none. Okay. In the topic of water and wetlands, I believe the company has referenced a requirement for to gain coverage under the NPDES construction general permit. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. Could one of the witnesses please confirm whether creating a stormwater pollution prevention plan is a requirement of the construction general permit?
It is, yes.
Okay. And can you describe, generally what's the purpose of a stormwater pollution prevention plan?
The purpose of a stormwater pollution prevention plan, or SWIP, is to ensure that to ensure that discharges of sediment or other overland flow laden with sediment isn't carried into a waterway. And so it's to ensure that there's no discharges to waters or wetlands as a result of the construction.
Okay, so what kinds of details about the project are usually included in a SWPPP?
So anything primarily related to earth disturbance, it would go into construction phasing, stabilization, installation of erosion controls. It would also cover some aspects of hazardous waste management, and then various requirements for inspections and how to implement any corrective actions.
Okay, I appreciate that. One follow-up question I've always kind of wondered about a SWPPP is whether there's any requirement for specific actions to be taken if the company's aware of significant rainfall that's forecasted to occur. So for example, if the forecast calls for 2 inches of rain or something extreme like that, does a SWIP require the construction site to be prepared in any special way for significant precipitation events?
I can honestly say I'm not certain if for extreme weather events, if that's what you're referring to, there is the inspection requirement associated with the type of storm. So if there's a storm that discharges more than half an inch of rain over a certain period of time, we were required to inspect within a period of time. But in terms of the, a more extreme event in order to kind of batten down the hatches on a project. I don't think there is. And Dave or Vivian, if there's something that you're aware of, let me know.
I don't believe there is a provision for or a requirement for a pre-large storm event. There certainly is for post. It is good practice for the environmental monitor to be aware of what the rainfall is going to be, and if there is a significant rain event forecasted, that they would get out there beforehand, particularly if there's any specific concerns that they would have. Get out there beforehand, make sure they're addressed, work with the contractor, and then get out there for a post-storm event as well.
Okay, thank you. That does answer my question about stormwater pollution prevention plans. The company indicated in reply to information request W-2 that water would likely be encountered during structure foundation construction. Does the company anticipate the need for dewatering excavations?
Given the location of the wetlands and the surface waters in the area, we would anticipate encountering groundwater. So dewatering would likely be required at some locations. That's something that is generally covered in our stormwater pollution prevention plan, as well as the Eversource BMP manual, and on how that's executed.
I'm drawing a blank on the exact reference, but one of the information requests, I believe, indicated that when the foundations for structures are being installed, that instead of dewatering, sometimes it would just allow the concrete or the materials being used for the structure installation to just displace groundwater. So I was wondering if the witnesses could describe that a little bit more for me and explain how it's different from dewatering and excavation.
Dave, do you want to?
Sure. Yeah, I can take that one. So what would happen often is that they would drill a hole, and as they're drilling, sometimes the hole fills up with water. They don't always need to remove that or de-water the hole. Sometimes it's actually beneficial to have the water in there because it actually holds the hole open. It keeps the soil from crumbling in while they're drilling the hole. So what they would do is just allow the water to stay in the hole, and either as they're backfilling it with material, whether it's the pipe, or backfilling around the pipe with the stone or dense grade, that heavier material would push the water out towards the top of the hole, and they just let it spill over. If they can keep it contained, it's not really a problem to do that. Where if let's say they're at the top of a hill and it'd be running down the sides and potentially getting into a wetland, then they'd either want to contain it with erosion controls, or another option would be to de-water sort of off the top of the hole. So as their pump would sit up higher and just keep the water from spilling out as it went. And the same would be true for concrete. What they do when they're pouring concrete, they use what's called a tremie pipe, and it's almost like a straw that they would sink down to the bottom of the hole and push the concrete down to the bottom, and then any water in the hole would just rise to the top. And again, they could, if it's done slow enough and in the appropriate situation, it may just be allowed to spill out. Or again, erosion controls would be added. and potentially dewater from the top of the hole.
Okay, and I think Mr. Van Lingen indicated that some of the dewatering best practices are included in the company's construction best management practices manual. That document's on the record, but I would appreciate just a little bit more of a description about, in the event that dewatering is required, what how is the discharge managed in a way that doesn't result in excessive erosion or anything like that.
So
Sure. Oh,
are you
go ahead,
asking
Hans.
that? No, I was just clarifying, were you asking that as a record request, or were you wanting a direct answer?
If you're able to elaborate on that now, I'd be happy to hear from you.
All right, Dave, you can go ahead.
Okay. If you bear with me for 1 minute, I can probably point you to a reference within the BMP manual. So it should be Vivian or Hans, if you find it before I do, by all means.
So it's in section 2 under water control.
Thank you.
There are a number of options that can be employed based on the site configuration. You can either, for smaller volume discharges, you can utilize a filter bag or a hay bale containment or a filtered containment area. That would be where you would discharge into a upland location, into a contained area that would allow the water to slowly percolate through, ensuring that as much of the sediments or solids remain inside the discharge area as possible. For smaller discharges, you may be able to simply discharge into an upland vegetated area, provided there's enough separation or distance for the discharge that it doesn't impact a wetland, or any water that would reach a wetland is clear. From there, the more complicated methods are using things like frac tanks or a series of frac tanks and discharge areas.
Okay, that's a sufficient level of detail for the transcript, and if Mr. Hollowell has found a reference within the BMP manual, that'd be great. If not, maybe we can maybe you could find it over the afternoon break or something like that. Okay.
Thank you.
On to a few questions about wetlands, proper wetlands. Table 10 of the petition summarizes the permanent and temporary impacts to wetland resource areas. I'm wondering if the project would also impact the buffer zones to those resource areas.
Dave, you can go ahead.
Yes, they would. There's a number of these locations are the access or temporary work pads, as you had mentioned in table 10. So as you can see, structure 13, for example, we need a linear stretch of mats just to be able to access that. So we'd pass through the buffer zone to get into the wetland, and then make our way to the work pad. So a lot of these cases, much of the right of way has pretty good roads. So there's not a lot of access road improvements that need to be done. But at a minimum, we would need to pass through the buffer zone to get to these areas.
Okay, and just correct me if I'm wrong, but are the buffer zones I don't think are actually shown in table 10. Is that correct?
They are not shown in table 10. No,
Okay.
they are included on the Appendix E plan set.
Can you just point me to maybe one of the wetland areas that
Sure.
might show a buffer zone around the limits of the actual resource area?
Sure. So page 4 is a good example.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see, if we start off on the left-hand side of the page, right by structure 12,
Mm-hmm.
you'll see the edge of that pond, of Plymouth Road Pond, and there's a label W5.
Yeah.
And then extending out from that, you see a green line.
Okay.
That's the 100-foot buffer zone.
Okay.
Yep.
That's helpful. So to the extent that the buffer zones are, impacted by various stages of construction, whether that's just, access along the roads or setting up a pole pad or anything like that, can you describe how what the restoration requirements are for impacts to a buffer zone? How are those different from impacts to the actual resource areas?
Sure. So the buffer zone itself is not considered a resource area under the Wetlands Protection Act. Resource areas being bordering vegetated wetlands, riverfront area, streams, ponds, etc. And there are specific performance standards that are associated with those. The buffer zones themselves are kind of the protective barrier leading up to the wetland areas. So in terms of this project and what would likely happen, structure, if we stay on the same page 4, looking at structure 12, that's a pretty good example. There's a work pad there that's outside of the wetland, but within the buffer zone. So that any vegetation in that area would likely be mowed so that they could work in that area. Erosion controls would be added at the limit of the work of it to protect that wetland. And then, that would give the crews the space to work, install the poles. And when everything is said and done, the erosion controls would stay in place until the vegetation restored in that area and basically allow it to revegetate on its own. But we would make sure that the wetlands are protected until the area became stabilized.
Okay, so for my own sort of like context and understanding, when the company submits a notice of intent to any of the conservation commissions involved for this project, would you be required to state the square footage of buffer zone that would be affected by the project, or is that not really something that the conservation commissions require a petitioner to describe?
I don't believe that's required. Okay. I don't believe we have to get into that. No.
Okay. Another question I had, actually in reference to page 4 here of Appendix E, I see that there's a certified vernal pool kind of to the west of the right of way and north of Center Street. Can you describe any special work accommodations that the company's required to follow for working in the vicinity of vernal pools?
Primarily, our first objective is to avoid them wherever possible. And in this situation, it's primarily off right of way or at the edge of the right of way. So we're able to avoid it with really no issue. There's a good access to both of those structures. So primarily, as I said, it's a void. In other situations, you may, run into some where you maybe have to go through some time of year restrictions or some type of other protective measures. But in the case of this project, it's off right away and easily avoided.
Okay. Were there any other locations along the project where, vernal pools or potential vernal pools were close enough to the right of way that they would require any special, protective measures during construction?
I don't believe so. I believe everything was far enough away from the right of way that it really was not an issue. I'll take a quick flip through the plans. But no,
Okay. Thank you for checking. I appreciate it. So the petition towards the end includes a table summarizing all of the federal, state, and local permits that would be required. And this is just a minor clarification, but under local, it indicates that orders of conditions would be required from Carver, Plimpton, and Kingston. I'm on page 61 of the petition if you're having trouble finding that reference. Just for the sake of clarification, orders of conditions, those relate to the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. Is that correct?
That is correct. The Wetlands Protection Act and then any town bylaw.
Okay. And do the towns of Carver, Plimpton, or Kingston have any municipal bylaws that, go above and beyond the state Wetlands Protection Act?
I believe there is some discussion of isolated wetlands that would not be otherwise covered under the Wetlands Protection Act. But Vivian, do you have specifics? Do you know which ones?
I don't recall off the top of my head any specific additional resource areas.
I guess my question was whether my understanding is that sometimes a town will have its own bylaw related to wetlands, and other towns don't have any wetland bylaws, and they just follow, the minimums that are enumerated in the Massachusetts Wetlands Protection Act. Are the witnesses aware of whether Carver, Kingston, or Plimpton have specific wetland bylaws?
So I believe each one does have a wetland bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And so I understand that sometimes individual towns, they may require wetland replication ratios that are higher than what is required by the state Wetlands Protection Act. Do you know whether there's any difference between the amount of wetland replication required by the local bylaws as compared to the state Wetlands Protection Act?
So I'm not aware of any specific ratio of in any of the bylaws. However, that's something that is often discussed during the NOI process, and will be done here as well.
Okay. Mr. Shea, are we scheduled for a break at 3 p.m.? I believe you're muted still.
Sorry, it was going to be at 3:30, but let me ask how the stenographer is feeling. Mr. Arsenal,
I'd go for one now.
you go for one now? All right, why don't we take a 15-minute break now? So it is, it's, let me see, 4 minutes before 3. So why don't we get back here at, let's say 3:15.
Okay,
All right.
thanks.
Okay.
Thanks, Bob. Mr.
Thank
Shea.
you. Thank you.
Well, before we go on the record,
Okay.
when we start, if Mr. Van Lingen could further respond to the question that had been asked by Mr. Hazel previously with regard to the dewatering best practices, he can respond more fully now.
Oh, that's great.
Also, one of the members of the panel is going to be off video for unless needed, if that's okay.
Who's that?
Vivian Kimball. I don't think that she's going to be needed for the remainder, but she will be listening in if needed.
Well, Mr. Hazel's asking the questions. What is Ms. Kimball's area of expertise?
Well, it's certain environmental areas, but it's also sort of overlaps with areas handled by Mr. Hallowell and Mr. Van Lingen.
So you want Ms. Kimball not to be present for the rest of the day?
Yeah, yes, if something comes up, she can be available, but generally will not be.
Mr. Hazel, what do you think about that?
I think that should be okay. I have a few general water resources questions, and I think Ms. Yellen has a couple water resource and maybe a tree clearing question to follow up on as well. So I think we can get by.
Okay, and Ms. Keating, you think that that the areas Ms. Kimball knows about are covered by other people as well?
Yes. Well, I think that I think most of the areas that her particular expertise is in have been covered. And I understand that you may circle back. And if so, like I said, I think she can be available if the others on the panel cannot answer. But I think the topics going forward can be handled by our present panel.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks for telling us. Does anyone have anything else to address before we go back on the record? Who's on the panel right now? Ms. Keating, who's on the panel?
Yeah, that would be Liz Johnson, David Hallowell, Hans von Lingen.
Is Mr. Van Lingen? Yes, I see Mr. Van Lingen. Okay, so just the three of them.
Right.
Okay, so they're all present, so we can resume.
Mr. Bodkin is not on at this point.
Ms. Keating?
Yeah, he can. It's unclear not knowing the questions beforehand to tell exactly what witnesses. He's here and he's available, so he can be on the panel.
Okay, so Mr. Bodkin is here. Thank you. And I see Mr. Perrin is here as well. So thank you. All right. So does anyone else have any matters to address before we go back on the record?
No.
I'm assuming that you wanted the reference, or do you want to wait till we're back on the record?
All right. Why don't we go back on the record? Mr. Van Lingen has something that he wanted to expand upon, a previous answer he wanted to give him more fully. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, yeah, the section of the BMP manual, which we included in attachment DPU -W-1 parens 1. It's specifically covered on pages 134 to 150 of 182 in that attachment.
Thank you. That's very helpful, Mr. Van Lingen. I appreciate it. I have a couple follow-up questions on water resources in the area, and one of them pertains to the reply to DPU-W-10, which describes what a 401 water quality certification is. In part of that response, the company indicates that it would be required to comply with certain surface water quality standards. I'm not very familiar with the 401 water quality certification process, and I was hoping the witnesses could expand on what the surface water quality standards are that are referenced in this W10.
Dave, do you want to hit up on the surface water quality or?
Yeah, sure. So the water quality regulations deal with any discharge of dredge or fill material to a water of the Commonwealth. So any waters, wetlands within Massachusetts. Surface water quality standards that are referenced are have to do with designation of public drinking water supply, or specifying water quality, or kind of rating water quality throughout the Commonwealth, and it's broken down by major watersheds and drainage basins. So they're sort of a reference, and that's in 314 CMR 4.
All right, give the reference again. That's in
314 CMR 4. And they are referenced in the water quality regulations, which is 314 CMR 9. So when we're applying for a permit for discharge or dredge or fill material under the water quality regulations, that's another consideration for us as we're looking at that.
Okay, so it sounds like the sort of qualifying thresholds are a discharge, a fill, or a, what was the third one? Dredge?
Discharge, or discharge or dredge of fill material. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay. Discharge or dredge of fill material. So
yes.
What aspects of construction would meet that, either discharge or fill?
So the water quality regulations don't differentiate between temporary and permanent fills. So in the case of this project, the temporary placement of construction mats within a wetland is considered a fill. Even though it's temporary and it's considered a best management practice for the protection of the wetlands, it's still in this situation considered a fill under the water quality regulations.
Okay. And water quality certification, is this like a normal permitting process where, you submit an application to maybe Mass DEP, and then they review your application and give you, an authorization to proceed? Or is it more like the construction general permit for NIPDs, where you just kind of submitted a notification that you're going to be doing this, and then you can proceed?
In the case of new construction, as this project would be, it is a permit from Mass DEP.
Okay. And so the Mass DEP permit could attach, conditions or, protective measures along with its approval that would, protect the interests of the, I guess, regulations that the permit is authorized under.
Yes, it would. Yes, it would contain conditions.
And how are those different from, what kinds of conditions are usually attached to a water quality certification?
In this case, where our impacts are temporary. There may be some specifications as to the duration that they'd like to see the mats in place. Any type of additional restoration. We do have a permanent wetland impact for this. So we will need to provide mitigation. So there'll be some conditions in it relative to the wetland replication and mitigation. There may be some conditions regarding erosion controls, dewatering, many of the things we've touched on already.
That makes sense. Thank you. My final prepared question for the day on water relates to Zone 1 and Zone 2 wellhead protection areas. I believe that the company described a little bit about these in response to W-12. The company indicated that there's no prohibitions about transmission lines going through these wellhead protection areas. I'm wondering if there's any aspects of project construction that are, prohibited from occurring within the Zone 1 or Zone 2 wellhead protection areas.
So generally, we will implement more stringent best management practices in those areas. So we'll ensure that there's no, during construction, there's no refueling within any wetlands or buffers, or will require additional constraints if that's not feasible with the contractor. But we'll take additional measures to make sure that there's no chemical discharges to any drinking water supplies.
And perhaps you need to check with your civil contractor, but in this case, do you think it's feasible that no refueling would occur inside either a Zone 1 or a Zone 2 wellhead protection area?
Again, we would have to confirm with the contractor, but let me just take one additional look at the area that's covered.
I think the company provided a map as an attachment to W13, I believe.
So the only areas I see that may be an issue would be some of the pole locations where we would have stationary equipment for a longer period of time. And so if there is an instance where the contractor is unable to, where a piece of equipment has to remain stationary and would need to be refueled, we would implement additional control measures on how that's executed. So
okay, and are there any prohibitions about refueling stationary equipment inside of a Zone 2 wellhead protection area?
I don't know if there's a specific language contained in the Zone 2 regulations. Offhand, Dave, do you?
I don't believe there is. These regulations tend to be written to address residential, commercial developments, industrial developments, not so much utilities. Usually, like as we mentioned, the utilities are exempt from this, so they don't. It's more so overall prohibited uses than specific means and methods for constructions.
Okay. Yeah. Since I had sensed there was a slight bit of hesitation in your responses, I'll just ask for a record request about whether there are any specific prohibitions from refueling, stationary equipment that can't be easily moved outside of the wellhead protection area. Is that question clear to the witnesses?
Yes.
Okay.
The record reflects the witnesses have nodded their heads in agreement. So for the record, that will be record request RR-DPU-10.
Those are the balance of my wetland questions. I believe Ms. Yellen has a few questions, on the also kind of in this subject matter area. So I'll turn the time over to Ms. Yellen.
Thank you. So my questions pertain to the limited potential groundwater impact. These questions are in response to the company's petition at 49 with regards to inadvertent spills or leaks. I'll give you a minute to turn to 49. So can the witnesses please explain to me, because I'm just not familiar, what the impacts on the groundwater will be should there be an inadvertent spill or leak?
Of course, that would be dependent on the circumstance, and more specifically the type of material that were spilled, if it were spilled, and also the quantity. So the materials that we'd likely see would be either fuels or oils, the associated with the construction equipment. The impact would also be dependent on the quantity. We don't generally have oil store or fuel storage equipment remain on the right of way. I actually don't even see an instance where we would. And so the quantity of material would be, the tens or hundreds of gallons. The impacts would be similar to having a spill of gasoline or diesel fuel in a water supply.
Okay. Okay, well that kind of leads me to my next question then. So again, you said, can you just repeat for me what the quantities of those hazardous materials would be? Again, what would that?
So again, it would depend on the piece of equipment. So that not knowing the exact equipment, my guess is the ranges of either tens or hundreds of gallons. I don't see it being more than 100 gallons. I don't see a piece of equipment having more than that.
Okay. And so whatever that threshold is, if it ranging from tens to hundreds of gallons, is the company required to notify Mass DEP?
In the event of a spill?
In the event of
yes. Yes.
Okay. And what are the regulations that govern those amounts?
So to the state, it's the Massachusetts Contingency Plan, the 310 CMR 40. And do you want the regulatory authority also?
Oh, that's okay.
Okay.
Okay. And I'm not familiar with the process involved with the spill kit specifically. So what does the spill kit consist of?
I'm not hearing the word. I'm not familiar with the process of what?
The process with the spill kit.
The spill kit, thank you.
Can you explain what the spill kit consists of?
Sure. A spill kit will generally consist of the materials needed to contain any leaking equipment or any to contain and clean up any spilled hazardous materials. The type and quantity of materials will depend on the type of equipment that's being used. So a spill kit for a small pickup truck would be pretty straightforward. That would probably consist of a 5-gallon bucket with some absorbent materials, or the industry term is diapers, that would be able to absorb the type of materials encountered. Larger pieces of equipment would have more of those materials available based on the quantity that has the potential.
Okay, thank you. How will the company ensure that the contractors are aware of the amounts that are spilled at the site where the equipment is?
Well, hopefully there won't be any spilled. Ideally, we would prevent, or we would be properly maintaining any equipment so a spill wouldn't occur. Estimating quantity of material, again, is your worst case scenario is obviously what is contained within the piece of equipment. And then we assess it backwards from there. It's more related to the area of impact than the quantity at that point.
I had a follow-up question. I'm not sure I caught the answer, but I believe Ms. Yellen asked if there's a minimum amount that if it's spilled, the company's required to notify Mass DEP. For example, if 5 or 10 gallons of diesel fuel is spilled, is there a specific threshold that triggers notification?
There are specific reportable quantities or reportable concentrations under the MCP. If you're dealing directly with discharge to a waterway, any spill would need to be reported. And so if you want the quantities to soil, I can give those. If so, you want them for diesel?
Well, I guess diesel or other likely hazardous substances that would be used in construction.
So diesel fuel is 10 gallons. Mineral oil, which is commonly in transformers or other types of equipment, that's a reportable quantity 25 gallons. See. The general standard for oil is 5 gallons. I'm thinking that is associated with actually not sure exactly what oil, because fuel oil is 10 gallons.
Okay. So the only other one that comes to mind would be like hydraulic oil. Sometimes on an excavator or something, you could lose a hydraulic line and that would be pressurized and result in a spill. So do you know if that would be 5 or 10 gallons?
So there's 2 different standards for hydraulic oil. So petroleum-based hydraulic oil, the standard is 10 gallons. Vegetable waste, which is actually becoming very common to be used, that reportable quantity is actually 55 gallons.
Okay. And I guess my final question would be, how would the company ensure that its contractors are aware of these amounts?
So to be conservative, we require our contractors to report any spills to to Eversource regardless of the quantity. So we don't generally have them assess that themselves. And so any spill that occurs, we follow our spill reporting protocol. And at that point, we would bring on that on-call LSP or cleanup service to make that determination.
Okay, and it looks like you might have the reportable quantities handy there. So could you look up gasoline while you're at it?
Yep. Gasoline is 10 gallons.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms. Yellen, for accommodating my diversion. We can go back to your questions.
Yeah, I think that concludes my questions for the water and wetlands portion. I do have a clarifying question regarding tree and vegetation removal. The question is in response to the company's answer to subpart A in D.P.U. LU 8. I can give you a minute to go back there. This is a panel change.
I forget who answered questions on tree clearing earlier today.
Megan is actually just jumped on.
Okay. The company's response to D.P.U. LU8 indicates that there are non-compatible trees within the right-of-way that the company...
Sorry, there's a transmission problem. I lost a few words, so be careful because of the internet.
Okay.
Just start it over again. The company's response to D.P.U. LU8
indicates that there are non-compatible trees within the right-of-way that the company will need to remove. Can you please explain the impact on the surrounding vegetation if tree clearing occurs? Did you hear that, David?
Oh, yeah, we're fine. We're looking for an answer.
So, Megan, do you want to take that or do you want me to take it?
I'll let you take that one.
Okay. So the non-compatible vegetation, it would, the impact to surrounding vegetation would depend on if the surrounding vegetation was also non-compatible. If there's adjacent, so to clarify, it would depend on the stand size or how much non-compatible is within an area. For the most part, where the vegetation management crews are able to specifically target only the non-compatible vegetation, and for the most part leave the rest fairly undisturbed. Worst case scenario, the subsequent maintenance would allow that compatible vegetation to regrow in that area if there is any impact to it during the initial removal.
Okay. And can any soil erosion occur due to the non-compatible tree clearing?
So we typically will leave the stumps in place or the subsurface as this goes into the company's vegetation management plan. So the initial removal will be to the base of the plant with a subsequent management using herbicide in following years. So that initial mechanical and then the targeted herbicide application eliminates the need to do that subsurface grubbing that would lead to increased risk of disturbance.
Okay. Thank you. My last question is, are there areas that are particularly susceptible to erosion after the tree clearing?
Specifically to the tree clearing, not necessarily. I mean, any hillside that or any steep slopes that may occur along the right of way, there would be an increased chance of erosion. But when it comes to the execution of this project, there will be implementation of BMP's sediment erosion controls to protect those areas as required.
Okay, thank you.
Could I just jump in with a follow-up question?
Go ahead, Mr. Green.
So there still is a bit of scientific controversy surrounding the use of certain herbicides, in particular glyphosate, between European regulators and American regulators. And I'm wondering if the company has a perspective on the dangers of using glyphosate and whether it's looking at alternatives given the current controversies.
So given the controversies and my personal level of expertise, I think if possible, we would like to take that as a record request response, given that it is such a controversial subject that I don't feel comfortable elaborating without support from our vegetation management team.
That makes sense to me. So why don't we make that a record request then, Mr. Shea? You're muted.
Thank you for bringing that to my attention, Mr. Green. Yes, that would be record request RR-DPU-11, and it's about the herbicide glyphosate. Can I ask someone to spell that?
Please.
I'm sorry?
Please do.
Glyphosate.
I can barely pronounce it.
G-L-Y, what was the next?
PH.
E-H?
No, P as in Peter.
Oh, P-H.
O-S-A-T-E.
The easier spelling is R-O-U-N-D-U-P.
Okay.
Brand name.
And can you just to make sure I have the information, can you restate the IR?
Maybe it would be best if Mr. Arsenault read it back from the transcript.
Okay.
Okay, pardon my pronunciation of Roundup. But the record requests, there's a bit of controversy surrounding the use of the herbicide glyphosate between American regulators and European regulators. I'm wondering if the company has a perspective on the dangers of the use of glyphosate and whether it is looking at alternatives given the current controversies.
I may ask a clarifying question. That record request, is that a general question with regard to the company's sort of policies, or you're not talking specifically about this project, I presume?
That's right. This is a general question.
Thank you.
Now, Mr. Green, do you have any other questions?
I do not.
Mr. Hazel, are you finished with your questions?
I'm finished with my own prepared questions. I believe over the weekend, Ms. Ruxton, an intervener in this case, submitted a few questions to Mr. Shea, and since she's not able to participate today, I'm just going to read those questions, and the company's I would ask the company to respond to each after I ask it. It's possible that some of this material's already been covered in today's testimony or even in the petition, but for Ms. Ruxton's convenience, it'd be nice to have all the answers in one area of the transcript. It's also possible that some of these questions may be better served by tomorrow's panel, but I just want to try and run them today because I think we can handle several of them. Does that all make sense?
It does.
Okay. All right. So Ms. Ruxton's first question reads, if a need for another power line from the Carver switchyard to the Plimpton substation, if there is a need for another power line between the Carver substation and the Kingston substation, why can't the other unused side of existing steel structures be used for a new line? The new line, excuse me. I think this pertains to the southern portion of the right of way where there's an existing set of structures that has half of the davit arms are open right now and would not be used to carry the new line.
So I can give a brief overall question, and if there's more detail required, perhaps we can have the Thursday panel answer. But in general, utilizing the other side of that line on the double circuit tower wouldn't address the contingency needs from ISO New England.
Yes, I think we do have follow-up questions on what those contingencies are specifically planned for tomorrow. So we can just leave it at that for today.
Mr. Bodkin, would you have something that you would like to add at this point, which is not to say that we still wouldn't add something tomorrow with our planners?
I would prefer to wait until someone from system planning is available to respond to the question.
Okay, thank you.
The next question is the voltage of the new proposed line proposed to be the same as the existing overhead transmission line?
Yes, the voltages are the same. The existing line 116 and line 117 are 115 kV, and the proposed project will also be 115 kV.
Okay. This next question, sort of interesting to me. It includes a term I'm not familiar with, but maybe the company is. Ms. Ruxton asks, why can't a new Hendrix wire be used? Is the term Hendrix wire something the company's familiar with? Spelled with a capital H.
Yes, that's a type of construction used usually on distribution systems. You see it on streets where there are a lot of trees. It consists of a steel cable with three conductors hung in a triangular shape underneath. And Hendrix, I believe, is a trade name, but it's but that's what it looks like.
And is that a configuration or a hanging technique that's possible to use with transmission lines?
I'm not sure it's available at transmission line voltages.
Okay. Next question is.
Sorry, Mr. Hazel, could we
go
just
ahead.
get a further clarification from Mr. Bodkin as to why he thinks it might not be available at transmission voltages?
I say that because the ones I've seen are at like 13.8 kV and 23 kV. So with higher voltages, the conductors would need to be further apart, which require different types of hardware, larger spacers, that type of thing.
And it's just not feasible to install those additional spacers or hardware at the higher voltage?
It might be feasible. I'm just not sure if it's ever been done or if there's anything available.
Ms. Cuthan, you're muted right now.
I believe one of the company's witnesses who will be testifying tomorrow, we'll be able to give a more definitive answer to that question.
Okay. Another question which Ms. Ruxton has is, for the southern portion of the right of way, I believe between the Carver Street substation and Spring Street, where the new line is proposed on H-frame structures. Why would the company use H-frame structures here instead of monopoles?
We selected that design because it had a lower profile and because there was space available to use that type of structure configuration.
Is there generally a cost difference between monopoles and H-frames?
I'm sure there is. I can't answer specifically what it would be or if it's significant.
I think I'll ask a record request on that. I find that to be sort of interesting myself. So record request for the company would be what the cost difference is between using monopole structures versus H-frame structures for the portion of the project between the Carver substation and Spring Street.
Okay, and for the record, that is record request RR-DPU-12.
Is that question clear to the witnesses?
Yes, I think so.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Bodkin. Next question is sort of general. Perhaps Ms. Johnson would have an answer to this, but would a capital project such as this project, would this lead to a rate increase for Eversource customers?
I'm not sure if I'm the best person to answer that, but I could confer with some colleagues and follow up.
I think maybe there'll be people on Thursday's panel that could answer that. Ms. Cuthan, do you have any insight as to whether the Thursday witnesses would have answers to things related to project costs being built into rate structures or anything like that?
Yeah, I believe that we can be prepared to respond to that on Thursday. I think I misspoke before about tomorrow. The next hearing is Thursday.
Okay, thank you. Lastly, Ms. Ruxton asks, whether the company plans to hold any more public outreach meetings similar to any additional public outreach meetings after the conclusion of these evidentiary hearings. I believe that maybe the company has held, open houses, earlier or things like that.
Yes, so typically, our process once we get to this point on a project is we use those as vessels to kind of introduce a project to a large group of people. But we're at a point as we move through on the project where we want things to be a little bit more individualized based off of specific property owners and what their concerns and issues are. So we wouldn't plan on having a large scale meeting, but we would be doing follow-up outreach, offering to meet with people on an individualized basis if they desire to discuss the project with members of the project team. But from this point on, it's really more of a one-on-one kind of situation as opposed to a more broad meeting.
Thank you. That's helpful. That concludes the questions that Ms. Ruxton submitted to us, and appreciate the company answering those for me today. So, do any of my colleagues have final follow-up questions today?
I do not. Mr. Wang? Mr. Wang does not. Mr. Green,
I do not.
Mr. Young.
No, thank you, panel.
All right, I think this would be a good time to conclude. We're actually a little bit early, but there's nothing wrong with that. Our next hearing is on Thursday, and we'll focus on the issues of need, project approach, and magnetic fields. Does anyone, before we go off the record, does anyone have anything that they want to discuss? Okay, so I will see you all on Thursday. We should do another sound check like we did this morning. This morning we got on, we all got on about 9:45. Now that we've all done a sound check, we can probably get on at 9:50, but we should still get on, I'd say 10 minutes earlier, 10 minutes before 10, so that we're ready to roll at 10 o'clock and make sure that we don't have any, any technical problems.
Along those lines, I'll mention that it's the same link that you used today for the hearing on Thursday.
Thank you. All right, then, unless hearing no objections, I will conclude the matter for today. Thank you all for being present, and thank you all for answering our questions. And I will see you all on Thursday.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.